Hey, what's up, everybody? We are live. We had a little PC issue, so I had to restart. Everything was literally taking like 20 seconds to boot, so I wasn't going to be able to deal with that. Um, but we are here. Steve is with me, and it's going to be a big day. So yeah, there's been all kinds of news already. I'm sure we'll get to all of it. The one piece of news that was the most impactful to me was the wedding announcement that made me go to Twitter to remove all Taylor Swift comments so I could actually see NFL news. Uh, like, it was literally just I actually deleted and blocked DraftKings completely because they retweeted it like 3 times. So I'm like absolutely not. Like I care zero about this. What is why? What?
You run the risk of missing out on the big DeAndre Swift news if there is any today. But
No, I typed Taylor Swift.
okay,
You
just
could
making
you
sure.
could do both. Yeah, I typed both of them. So yeah, I that is like after about the third post of it, I was like, this is about the worst thing or time that this could have happened. So we're absolutely just ignoring this. And I mean, I will unblock DraftKings tomorrow, but like that whole like Jason Kelsey and DeAndre Swift picture of them two standing next to each other. Like they reposted that like 3 times or something, and I was over it. But anyway, on to actual stuff. Why is this here? Okay, I don't know. It had a jeans ad on for some reason on a different screen. So first game we'll go over, and I what we're gonna do, we're gonna go through some of the games real fast until we get like final roster breakdowns. I assume like yes, the stuff that we know we can talk about, but then afterwards looking over all the teams would make a lot of sense. So kind of go a little shotgun compared to the
Yeah,
previously because we'll go back through a lot of the teams. Um, so the Steelers Panthers. I I have a little bit to say on the Steelers, not a lot. Jalen Warren slipped twice and fumbled once really early in the game. That is really bad for him keeping in Aaron Rodgers' good graces.
yeah,
So, like, best case that could have happened for Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson also, it looks like he's getting more accustomed to the game. His vision is improving. He is starting to find the cutbacks a little bit better. He's never going to like be a major cutback runner. Like he's never going to have a site like a jump cut, right? Like that's
yeah.
never going to be what he does. But if he can kind of stay in rhythm and get to the line slower, but then explode through, he could be successful.
Hmm.
So and their O line was just okay this time. It wasn't bad. It definitely wasn't good, but it was like serviceable enough.
Yeah,
So and that was with Jalen Warren in. So more of the starters. So that's all I really have from them is that Jalen Warren might end up being on a short leash. He's had some fumbles before. Like it could have just been, like he was the only player I've seen slip in the entire game too. So and he slipped twice. So I don't know what that was about. That's not really normal. Might have been a cleat issue. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I will say this: like that was obviously noticeable. He did rest the first two preseason games, but
Yeah.
I do think he's going to be on a short leash. And
Yeah.
honestly, one of the biggest issues is Kenny Gainwell does all the same things he does, maybe just slightly worse. Uh, like
Right.
he's a good
But
Kenny
he's
Gainwell is a
trusted.
good pass blocker. Kenny Gainwell is good out of the backfield. And actually, you could make a claim Gainwell is better out of the backfield receiving. Um, but my point is that I think Eckler or not Eckler, Jalen Warren could get squeezed from that side of it as well. And then I do think, if there's a back on this team who's going to get 15 plus carries a game, it's going to be Caleb Johnson. Like it's
Yeah.
not going to be Warren. It's not going to be Gainwell. Now, if they don't trust Caleb Johnson, then yes, they'll go by committee with those guys. But I think Caleb Johnson, we didn't see this, but he'll also have like the goal line role and all that. So that's why I'm
Right.
still kind of bullishly taking Caleb Johnson, especially with the fall that he's gotten lately.
I've definitely rose my exposure with this fall. Like, because to me, like he's falling because people, I think, are finally realizing the Steelers offense may not be as good as everybody expected because of the offensive line problems, which I personally, like, I've been out on them the whole time. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
You and Meg both believe that the offense will be fine. I mean, they get drafted late, so they're not
Yeah,
being drafted to be a top 5 offense or anything, right? Like,
exactly.
you're hoping they're a 20th ranked team, not a bottom 5 team.
Yeah.
I could see both.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
see both. And look, they have a very young offensive line, so it's a matter of how it comes together, how it gels. It also could be something where they're not as good in, for instance, like the first quarter contest, but late in the year they come together and gel, and yeah, I just think exactly, like, I agree with FK there.
yeah.
Like,
Yep.
Warren has 6 touchdowns in his career. And I mentioned this in an article about Austin Eckler. We can talk about this later when we're talking about the Commanders' backfield. But Austin Eckler last year in 12 games had more fantasy points than Jalen Warren and much better points per game. And yet, he's been going 60 spots for a while. I mean, it's closer now, but he was going 50, 60 spots below him in ADP all the year. So it just never made any sense.
Right.
And yeah, so I think it'll be Warren will get the early look, but Caleb Johnson's going to get worked in, I think, in every game. And I just could see one of those things where it just keeps increasing as the year goes on. Not much else in this game. I mean, Freiermuth started, but that.
Did you have anything on the Panthers?
On the Panthers, no, it was just clear like who rested versus who played. Hunter Renfrow played, and some of that was he was injured the first games, and we just saw today that he got cut. So, the fear that he was going to replace Adam Thielen, I think, is gone. And probably it also leads to Thielen probably staying with the Panthers, even though the Vikings come calling.
I 100% believe that. I also believe it's very, like, that was part of the anti-Leggett and Coker stuff too, was that Renfro was good. The only note I had is that Trevor Etienne showed really good balance in this game. Like,
this was his best game by far.
Yeah, like he every time he got hit, yes, he got knocked off balance a little bit, but he regained it generally and got a few more yards. So, like that I do want to point that out. So, on to the next game, we got the Pats Giants. We have a lot to talk about over there on the Giants side whenever we get there. I have a single thing to talk about on the Patriots, and it's the same thing I've said every week. Their special teams unit dominated once again.
That I agree.
and like and it's been every game at every level. So, like, in the first quarter, second quarter, and it's when their number 2s are going against the other team's 1s. Like, they're being, like, their special teams being coached phenomenally. That's really good for the team as a whole. And if you run like a team defense kind of thing. So for like what I did yesterday, like Spoiled Banana Society, I moved them way up. Like, I take them a lot more often because touchdowns will matter. So that's all I got on the Patriots. Like, nothing else relevant at all. Like, look at this. Like, 82 yards.
Yeah.
And they literally just ran the ball every play
35 runs.
Yeah.
Ineffective runs at that.
20 attempts, 35 runs. Like, they knew they were just trotting guys out there for no reason.
100%.
So, okay, on to your biggest stand of the offseason, the Giants and Cam Skattebo.
Yeah. So we finally got to see Cam Skattebo. He played, I think it was like 11 snaps, 10 snaps, something like that. And, had 3 runs, got 4 yards a carry. I think you kind of can say he got everything that was blocked for him.
He missed a cutback. There was a cutback that was pretty wide open that he missed. But, like, it was his first touch of the NFL. Like, I think it was his first touch.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I forgive him.
And they like split him out wide. Like, he didn't get targets, but it's just promising to see. And it was also promising because, like, one of the, some of the Twitter doctors initially said it could be like 3 to 5 weeks where he'd be out. He came back in 2.5 weeks. So, and then they played him right away. So, I just think that's promising for him. Yes, week one, it might be much more Tyron Tracing, maybe even Singletary above him, but I do think this is promising for him. Well, I think we'll see if he makes the final cut, but I do like Dante Miller. He's a fun little back.
Turbo
Yeah.
is cool. Like I like Turbo as
Yeah.
well.
So from the running back perspective, that's all I had. Obviously, Dart, I thought played well. I still think he's not ready to be the starter, especially. And I've said this all along. Like, yes, it's about winning games for Brian Daboll, but it's also, I think, about keeping Malik Neighbors happy. And Dart has some clear upside, but I think Russ is going to be the guy that keeps Malik Neighbors happy. And we'll see how long of a leash Russ has before Dart comes in, but it's clear like Dart has a bright future. He had a nice run. He had the couple nice passes. But I personally still believe it's going to be like late in the year, maybe the last third of the season. Not much more than that.
I think Russ will be on a shorter leash. It's all the stuff everybody's saying, like you see it. Whenever Daboll talks about Jackson Dart, like he literally just glows. Like it's crazy. Like I've never seen a head coach look like that talking about a project quarterback. Like I really like Dart coming out. Like I'm gonna say it. Like I like him more than Cam Ward as a prospect. Now, that doesn't mean I think Cam Ward was ever a better pick or Dart was a better pick, because Cam Ward we knew was going to an elite offensive line. So that's really good for development. Patriots news just broke. Eftim Chisholm made the 53.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised with that. It's weeks 1 and 2. And the fact now I think he was banged up and that's why he was considered sitting for this game. But
that's all I really have for that game, except for Jalen Hyatt. I expect to get a cut here soon. He had to hit him. Like one of them, he just didn't put his hands in the right place and hit him right in the shoulder. And then the other one, two just really bad drops. Like Dart threw it right exactly where it needed to be. And he's done that every year. So,
I mean, we'll see. I guess part of the reason I'm saying he's keeping his job is because Lil Jordan Humphrey did get cut. And I feel like if Hyatt was getting cut, it would probably be because Lil Jordan Humphrey had the touchdown in the Bills game. He just had a couple, and he had a nice catch in this game, that 38-yarder. So
he had one of his 3 targets, or was how many targets? He got a bunch of targets. Yeah. So he had 6 targets and 3 receptions, 2 drops in those.
Oh yeah.
So
it was not a good game for Hyatt.
If he would have caught those balls, he would have had like 95 yards.
Huge game,
because that one
pretty deep. Yeah.
That one was pretty deep, and if he wouldn't have jumped unnecessarily for it, he could have just ran it in. Like he jumped unnecessarily, and because he jumped, it hit him in the shoulder. Like what are you doing? But I'm sure that like he can get open though. So
he can.
That is, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he stays.
Yeah. What do you make about Fedone making it over Dulcich? I mean, I still think they're behind, obviously, Theo and Bellinger, but Fedone did have a nice game. And
so Fedone is Big Draft Energy's like one of his sleepers. Did you hear the stat about the Bowers stuff? So in Brock Bowers' recruiting class, the number 2 tight end was Fedone. So coming out of high school, he was a gigantic prospect.
Yeah.
I did not know that. So Dulcich looked really good, but Fedone may be that guy they want to mold.
Well, and I think that's why he made it over Dulcich, who's probably a little ahead of him right now. But my thing is for Fedone in terms of fantasy is, I do believe in Theo Johnson, and even Bellinger is after a couple years in league, I think is ahead of him.
In a very deep dynasty league.
Yeah.
Like he's maybe worth stashing. That's about it. On to the Philadelphia Eagles and the Jets. I had zero. I watched the first 2 quarters of this game, and I wrote down nothing. Like there was nothing of note to me. Maybe I missed something. Like because we're just looking at what's relevant for the fantasy season, right? Like not the defensive players and stuff. Like Ujulari or whatever looked great again. Like, but like that's not what we're here for. It does matter for the fantasy stuff if they're even deeper on defense. Like,
Sure.
But yeah, like Kyle McCord didn't look great. Yeah, so I have nothing on the Eagles. Do you have anything on the Jets?
Yeah, I mean,
or the Eagles.
John Mechie got in, and he'll probably be the wide receiver 4 on the team, but that's not a high volume role. That's so yeah, I don't expect anything there. And yeah, I mean, I don't think the Eagles they've been playing backups all preseason, and this was like the backups to the backups.
Yeah, it was really, really ugly to watch. And Arian Smith was cut.
Yeah.
So that's something else. And on to the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, again, they pretty much rested everyone of any significance. I mean, we saw Corley got cut today. I do wonder like what their wide receiver depth chart ends up looking like when it's all said and done. And I think they're another team. I talked about some of these other veterans getting cut. I think the Jets are primed to pick up somebody just for depth that they can rely on. But yeah, I mean, there was nothing here that I think you could really take from either.
Yeah, the only thing I had on the Jets, I guess there was a little something. They once again rotated all the running backs. So
yeah,
it's just something the coaching staff believes in. So
no, that's a fair point. It's just their system for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be their system, and my 15% Breece Hall does not look great. But I mean, he's still a take it to the house player, and like you could basically say the Breece Hall bet right now is very similar to the James Cook bet. Right, like really, like the only issue is that like James Cook has done it like at a higher level so far.
Well, I think the bigger issue is like these split backfields, and I've said this before, like it works with Detroit because they're a top offense, and that's why it can work with James Cook. Like if the Jets finish as offense 18 to 20 even, is there going to be enough meat on the bone for Breece Hall to pay off his ADP?
Yeah. I mean, basically, he's capable of this, but for Breece Hall to pay off his ADP, he has to do exactly like I said, exactly what James Cook did, rip 440 plus yard touchdowns this year, or what Saquon did, which was 7 of those. Like he has to rip off a bunch, and like probably like 3 plus 40-yard touchdowns, and they have to come at good weeks for him to pay off his ADP.
The one other thing I'll say about James Cook is he actually had good red zone usage, which he hadn't earlier in his career.
Right.
And I mean, obviously Josh Allen still got his, but what I worry about Breece Hall is not only is Justin Fields similar to Josh Allen going to take some of that red zone work, but I think Braylon Allen definitely is going to take that red zone work, would be my concern. So I think he really has to score from essentially outside the 10-yard line. I think once they get inside like the 5, it's going to become the Braylon Allen show.
Yeah, I do agree. And I don't really think it's that the coaching staff dislikes Breece. I think it's that the coaching staff believes in rotating backs more than anything. And some coaches just do that. And maybe they don't like Breece. If they don't, maybe he gets traded and everybody wins.
Yeah, that's definitely live.
Yeah. now we are on. I guess I'd already switched over to the Vikings and the Titans. I had a little bit on the Titans and on the Vikings. I didn't see much. Like they had Max Brosmer and Brett Rippon out there,
Yeah, who neither are
and
going to make the team.
neither going to make the team. Nobody at RB that may make the team. And they were just trying people out for our wide receiver too for the first few weeks. I
Yeah.
think like that's all this was because they threw the ball a lot. Like what is that? It's almost it's like a 65%, 65-35
Mhm.
split ish. So like they were just looking for somebody to be able to play week 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So, and nobody really did anything that
No.
I think is in line. And that's why the Thielen
Right.
rumors or something else. And I do think they end
I
up bringing in a vet or two.
I mean MVS would be so perfect there.
MVS. I mentioned this. I tweeted this out that Robert Woods getting cut by the Steelers could make sense for San Francisco because he's been under McVay and of
Yeah.
course whatever. But that also applies to Kevin O'Connell. I mean, Kevin O'Connell came up under McVay, so I could see Robert Woods going there. MVS, who also has been in that system a little bit.
Yep.
So yeah, I could see a few of these different guys.
Yeah, so now to the Tennessee Titans. I seen B. Allen and Braylon Allen. I'm like, how did I miss him having 137 yards? It's because it's Brandon Allen. That's why I was like, I was a little confused.
So I think the first thing we should say is it did get confirmed Tajay Spears is going to start, an injured. Yeah. I think they said injured reserve.
At least the first 4 games is what it said.
At least the first 4 games. So not only is that wheels up to Pollard, but it does open the door for Chestnut or Mullins. Probably. Chestnut looks to be in the lead. They could look to bring in a veteran, just because, particularly, they think it's going to be more than 4 games. But I think that is notable because right now this is one of the teams we've kind of RB2 is wide open, at least for the first month. And Cam Ward, it was just a handful of plays. I think once again he looked good. I kind of like I want to say I like the way the Titans have managed Cam Ward. Like sometimes with these rookie quarterbacks, they don't give him too much preseason work. Sometimes it feels like they give him way too much. This, I feel like the Titans had a nice balance kind of every week, and got him to do a little bit, but not push too much, and of course risk injury like JJ McCarthy last year.
Yeah, I had that Cam Ward showed really good mobility while he scrambled. Like he was really good at being able to scramble and like just kind of keep the play alive. Like the kind of stuff that like I'm not saying he's Mahomes, but like the style that like Mahomes does, or Bo Nix is probably a better example of it. Like kind of how Bo Nix can just, yes, he can run, but he generally runs to throw, and then if it's just wide open, then he'll run. I seen a little bit of that in him every week, basically. So, and I actually thought, I think Chestnut is more trusted because he was there last year, but I think Mullins showed quite a bit of like speed and power. Like he just run, like he was a linebacker, right? Like all he does is run forward and run through people. I do think that there is a world where he, by the end of the season, like becomes like an annoying goal line threat that does nothing but that in the offense. And I mean, I have a lot of Pollard. I don't want to see that. I have a lot of Spears as well, so I don't want to see that. But like, I do think it's a possibility. Xavier Restrepo was cut today as well. I don't see him getting signed anywhere.
No, my guess is he goes to the practice squad there. Yeah,
he could go to the practice squad. I get a feeling we're going to see him in the XFL next year, and I think he's one of those players that will destroy the XFL because like the talent level is quite a bit lower, and his knowledge of the game is fantastic, like being able to find the zones. So, but that's not for this show. But yeah, like that's what I had on this game. Io Manor looked good again.
I thought Io Manor looked good. Lockett was out there for like one snap. Ridley didn't play. Io Manor looked good. But so did Van Jefferson. I mean, that was a big,
he
touchdown
did
with Allen. So
he looked so smooth running down that sideline. He just looked faster than everyone on that play.
Yeah, and the thing that still gets me is in every game, Io Manor has played the Z, which is Calvin Ridley's primary position, and also where Tyler Lockett has spent much of his career. So even if and Van Jefferson has been out X, like I feel like Io Manor definitely has the size to play X, but they haven't really tried him out. I'm sure in practice they've worked on him some, but they just haven't given him the opportunities there. Oliver actually plays the X behind Van Jefferson, so I don't know what to make of that. I really don't. Like how much can Io Manor see the field outside of like his blocking ability, which is undoubtable.
Right. I feel like Lockett's kind of like, I think at the end of the season, it's absolutely Io Manor you're going to want, like for sure. Like, and I don't know how the Titans are a team that could pick up another wide receiver as well. So there's a lot of teams that could for sure. And honestly, the Falcons could as well if Mooney's not playing. But so another thing I want to mention on the Falcons, I was looking around on pick'ems for week 1, and I know that if a player doesn't play, it just avoids it. But Underdog did put a pick'em out for Mooney today. So I wonder, it was like 45 yards or something for the Bucs week 1. So that is interesting and makes me feel a little better about my Mooney bags. So I don't know. Like, I get it. If he doesn't play, it doesn't, like, it's just, they just void that part of the pickup, right? So it's, you don't lose and they don't lose. So like I believe that's how that works. So
it's supposed to, yeah. I mean,
yeah. Now, if he goes out there for 2 plays and then gets hurt, then you're screwed. Like, he's like, oh, I can't go. Like, then you just lose. But like, I'm not going to bet it on the pick'em. I was just wanting to bring that up as a possible sign that they heard something that he should be playing and that we haven't yet.
No, I mean that's fair. We should always take some information on what the sports books and lines are doing.
Oh, I'm not on that game yet. I was getting ready to go to that game. I was looking at that chart. We were done with the Titans, correct?
Yeah.
So that's all I have on the Falcons, and that Nick Nash actually looked pretty good this time. Like, yes, it was against the backups, but he played in the beginning of the game, and I don't like he played basically the entire game. But I mean, still 9 targets, 6 receptions, 87, and a lot. And I will say, I remember at least 2 of those targets he missed were very bad passes by Easton Stick.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know what constitutes as a pass or a target, what doesn't, but I'm pretty sure anything that was down towards you is a target, whether it was catchable or not. So
should be.
Like, like, it's because that's why they have catchable target rate and all that stuff on top of just flat targets. But he seemed to, like, he still looked slow. Like, that was my worry of him coming out of college. I never thought he looked like he was going to be that fast. But a possession receiver's needed at points, and I could, if he's going to work out, like, number one, he's down the depth chart. But if they need somebody for a couple weeks, I could see him being wide receiver 5 or 6 and coming in and making some plays here and there, but not being that useful, like, for fantasy.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how many wide receivers the Falcons keep because they never played any starters this year, and even after the first game, stopped playing that Casey Washington, because they even sat like Ray and Hodge among their receivers. So Nash, Blair, and Drummond got a ton of work this preseason game, and honestly, all look good in their time, particularly considering how bad the quarterback play was.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if they'll keep. So it looks like the first 5 are set, assuming Mooney's not having to go on, pup or anything like that.
Right.
But it looks like the first 5 are set. So do they keep 6? Do they keep 7? We'll see.
Yeah, I'm very curious as well. And if they keep just 6, that's a pretty good sign that Mooney plays week 1 too, right?
I agree.
So okay, on to the Cowboys.
So yeah, the Cowboys. I will say this was Joe Milton's best game. Not that had been a high bar to cross so
right.
far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually looked like a real quarterback this game.
Yeah. I will say Jaden Blue, I've, not been the biggest fan on him. It was nice seeing him get a little bit more work. And he got a nice tough touchdown. But he also got banged up in this game. And they say it's a low ankle sprain. What that means, we'll see. It sounds like Maffa's going to go on IR.
Yeah.
And Vaughn got cut.
Yeah, which is weird because Vaughn started the game over Jaden Blue and Maffa. But I think the only reason, a lot of the rookies are in the games in these later than the veterans because they just want to get them used to the NFL speed.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
So I did point that out, but I don't really think it matters in every situation there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those that I think you kind of ignore it.
Agreed. Yeah. I don't think. I think that Ricardo Fairweather has done enough to probably earn a spot, but he's behind Ferguson and Schoonmaker. So.
Yeah, I will agree. We ready for a game that actually had a lot to talk about?
Yes, please.
Yeah. There wasn't a lot of games with with much to talk about. So, you can take the Bears. I will take KC. Okay. I think both sides have quite a bit to talk about, though.
Yeah. So Bears. Obviously, mainly focus on the starters. Though Tyson Badgett, and good for him for getting the extension and all that. But Caleb, it was an up and down game. I'll say. The 37-yarder to Dunze and then the touchdown afterwards, those were nice. He did, take a sack and at times looked a little off. But I think you'll probably point to this is Kansas City's defense is still good. But it was, we saw the starters being more Dunze, Zacchaeus. We did see both tight ends work in. So I do think that is a limiting factor for Loveland, especially early in the year. Swift played a ton, but again, he's like the only running back they expect to make the roster who's healthy.
Right.
So they're another team who's absolutely live to bringing him back.
I so want Martinez there.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll happen. I get the feeling that they're going to Jerry Jones this backfield.
I think so too. At least to start the year.
Yeah.
But no, my take on it is, I think we saw Caleb Williams. We had all the camp reports about Caleb being bad. I thought he looked very good 2 weeks ago. This game, a little bit more up and down, but overall positive. I think this Bears offense will probably take a little bit of time to get into the full swing, but there's talent there. There's upside and real potential for this to be a good offense at the end of the year is my take on the Bears. And I think, Burden is going to have to work his way in. Zacchaeus is not going to make it easy on him. The stuff about seeing like DJ Moore, like get backfield work and all this. I mean, who knows
Yeah.
what's going on there?
I've started mixing in Zacchaeus in the first quarter contest.
I definitely think he's a good fit in that contest.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Something that I like. So Caleb had that really bad handoff.
Yeah.
Like, but that's like, you kind of want, because that was to Zacchaeus, and like he put it in a, like, Zacchaeus had no, it looked, I don't know if Zacchaeus was wrong or if Caleb Williams just like tried to fake too hard and bounced the ball out of his hand. I couldn't tell what happened.
Yeah.
But Zacchaeus had no, like he was not even looking for the ball at all. like not even for a fake.
Off there.
Yeah. The one thing I did want to talk about on the Bears though, and Britton Brown's look good every week. Like it, I think there's a world where he just ends up being the RB2 there.
Wow.
Like just because of how, like, they just won't talk about anything else, right? Like about like the Roschon stuff, they're just not talking about him.
That to me is one of the weirdest things that entire, particularly in a big city, of beat reporters have not asked a single Roschon Johnson questions. Right. I've said it on another show. It's like he's in witness protection.
Yeah, it is. And like, who's the other back that everybody kind of likes?
Guy.
Yeah, Kyle Manon guy. Like, I don't know. Like the Bears running back situation. Like, I think we may end up seeing Britton Brown make the team. That's kind of what I think. I'm waiting to get confirmation on the Bears 53. I haven't seen it. I know they've had to report it now, because that was, as we went live, is when they were due to give the, or no, it's in 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's 4
Yeah, it's in 20 minutes. Yeah. So I'm very curious on if Britton Brown makes it or not. Like, because he's looked fine, like, and he's been healthy, unlike anybody else. So I'm curious there.
That's fair.
And like, talk about a low owned dart for BBM for the last week. If Britton Brown ends up making the roster, like do I think it's a huge thing that you should slam? Absolutely not. But like, if you have a Bear stack and you don't like Roschon already, like I don't, like, why not? You know? And yeah, Swift was the only Bear to practice this out. He was the only one to practice.
Wow.
That is nuts. And like, so Swift was the only one in the game the entire time Caleb Williams was in the game. That is also important. The only RB in the game.
Yeah, that would have been my pushback about the Britton Brown, if they wanted him to, because again, this coaching staff comes from Detroit. I mean, clearly Ben Johnson,
right?
And every year, particularly Swift's year, they utilize two backs. So
I'm not saying it's a definite thing. I'm just saying it would not shock me if that happened.
Yeah.
Like, and Swift can still get hurt. Like, if Swift gets hurt, somebody has to get carries. Somebody does. And Brown seems like he can do everything a little bit. And I don't think they're going to put Roschon in a receiving role or Monungai in a receiving role.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if they have a plan if Swift goes down.
I think might be why DJ Moore's getting utilized like that.
Yeah.
Like he would become their passing back.
That makes sense. All right. So is that about all you have with the Bears?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So on to Kansas City. We got Carson Steele got cut today. Rejoice, all Brashard Smith owners. I like, as a Chiefs fan, and for those of you who have seen me on Drafters, my logo is Carson Steele riding the alligator. So like, I love Carson Steele, but for my bags this year in best ball, like, I kind of think that I thought Elijah Mitchell would get cut and not Steele. We haven't seen for sure if that's going to happen. I mean, Brashard could still get cut, but I think they usually keep 4 RBs in KC. Yeah. So, but Pacheco looked awesome. Like, he looked really, really good again. Like, I think like if his ADP hadn't been anchored, like in these new contests, I think I'm fine just pulling him up. Like I take him way above RJ Harvey and around James Conner. Like I think that's kind of like even Kamara. Like I think you can take him up around there now in the new ADP contest. Like, and by the way, the pointer is fantastic.
Yes.
Like the pointer is awesome. So I'm maxing the hell out of that. All 11 entries or whatever. No, it's 7. It's $77.
It's 7 entries, $11 each. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Pacheco looked very good. Mahomes was absolutely on point the entire game. Kelsey actually kind of looked fast-ish again. We'll see how much he cares the rest of the season. Or if he has other plans. Tyquan Thornton got rewarded for the big catch with making the roster. That's actually a pretty big point because if they're like that means they are like the entire offseason they've talked about wanting to push the ball downfield, go back to the old Chiefs. Keeping Tyquan Thornton to me is a gigantic step in making that a reality. Adding another giant speed guy on top of Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy to like just make sure somebody's on the field at all times that can go deep.
Yeah. No, and now I do think I don't know what's your read on like Hollywood's prognosis to start the year.
I know he was practicing last week.
Yeah, and
but I assume he starts, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, that's good because I didn't know if Tyquan Thornton was kind of like, all right, Hollywood. I knew he's back at practice, but he, might not be ready for week 1. So like Thornton is in there for that. But yeah,
that's my feel though. I'm kind of an optimist when it comes to that stuff. So take it. And by the way, if you're just popping in, smash the like for me. Also, Steve here on the Fanspeak Network. I'm sure most of you know, but all of his information is down below. Go check him out. Go give them a sub as well if you have not. Yeah, I really like. So one thing I do want to say on Brashard Smith, Brashard Smith was the back with Mahomes on the first drive when Pacheco wasn't in there. Yep. So Andy Reid does this every year to where he kind of uses all the RBs with every quarterback to see things. The one he had a pass he missed that hit it hit him in the hands kind of, but it was honestly a bad pass by Mahomes. The one where he dove.
Yeah.
Because that ball could have been right to him, but he had to dive and it hit him in the very at full extension. It hit him at the tips of the hands. So to me, that was more of a bad pass by Mahomes than it was a bad him dropping the ball. The announcer said in the game that they dropped the ball, but I think. I actually think that was more on Mahomes. I think if you would ask Patrick Mahomes, he'd probably agree.
Yeah, he'd want that one back.
Or maybe Brashard was supposed to cut in a little and kept it straight. Maybe that happened too, because that would create the same thing. But Mahomes target he was first read on 2 throws, so that's pretty. I think that's really bullish.
Yeah.
Really bullish for him. That's and on to Kansas City's defense. I'll couple this with the Bears offensive line. I'm a big believer in that Bears offensive line going to be really good this year. Maybe it's an offensive line that takes a few weeks to gel because chemistry matters a lot there. But KC's defensive line just ran right through them. When our starters were out there, and we just traded for Derek Nottie again, who was a gigantic piece in our run stuffing ability for a bunch of those years, and we just gave up I think it was a 6th or 7th rounder to bring him back. He's going to fit right in. We're going to be able to start early. I think and that's another reason I'm kind of even higher on Pacheco now because if we're gonna have that awesome defense again, like and they are going to bring back the air raid offense late in games, he might just be icing games by himself.
That's fair.
So that is that. Now on to your team, the Commanders. I will take the Ravens side, and I don't think I had anything on the Ravens side.
Probably not.
Rasheen Ali looked really good. Like he looked really sharp again. Like every RB there looks very good, and that's all I have. Like, and didn't they just like run 34 runs, 28 passes? Like I think a lot of the runs were early in the game too. Like it didn't look like against the beginning of the game that they did much. But that's all I have to say on them. Is Ali looks sharp. Like I do think that Ali would be a possible target for some teams if he did get cut, because they'll have to keep 4 RBs if they want Ali there.
Agreed. I my guess is they keep 4 RBs. Just
I think so as well.
But because I think
yep. Go Ravens. Go.
So I didn't have anything really on the Ravens. They didn't do anything. Washington side is obviously the big story. Of course, P-Rob getting traded, and then followed up with, of course, JCM not playing this game. I will say the coaching staff was asked about it and said out of abundance of caution. And this to me shows you like where you are, because the people who sweat JCM means abundance of caution. That means he's a starter. Where most people will say he's a little banged up. We're not going to make it. We're not going to risk it getting worse. And I think that's, what we should take from it. Chris Rodriguez looked good once again. And, Dan Quinn said he's probably our early goal line back. My kind of take on it, I've said this in chat, I've said this on other shows, is I think it's early on a split backfield. It's not going to shock me if Krusky Merritt ends up, outright winning the early down work. But at the same time, Rodriguez has played well, in the past when given some opportunities over the last couple of years, and in this preseason. And then I will finally say, I think the biggest running back winner should be Eckler, just because what I mentioned earlier, he outscored Warren and he was just going way too late as it was. Other notes here.
You and I were on that, like from the start of BBM. We were like, why is he 155, 156?
Yeah.
Like, and I just had to force myself to stop taking him, like him and Rashad White. One of those was a win. One of those, I think, is still a win. Like, honestly,
I think so too, because White's even fallen.
Yeah.
The other note is, of course, the receivers. Jalen Lane did sit, which was interesting. But at the same time, of course, Terry has since signed, and they did cut Gallup and Osborne. So I don't know if I haven't seen if Ja'Cory Brooks made it or not. He's had a nice preseason. Luke McCaffrey played more in this game than I thought he would. But I also wouldn't judge his numbers, because the Washington quarterback play was so horrendous.
It was really, really bad.
And that's Mariota's been banged up this whole camp, so he didn't get to play in preseason. But anyways, I still could see McCaffrey being ahead of Lane. I don't think either's worth the draft pick, is basically what I'm trying to say, because it sounds like Noah Brown's going to be ready for the start of the year, or at least that's what they're kind of saying. So I think those are the 3 receivers.
Yeah, I heard that today too, and I'm mixing in a little bit of Jalen Lane on Daniel's teams, like a very low percent, like one of every 5 or 6 teams I might take him if I need a receiver at the end.
I've taken him in some 20-round formats on Drafters and DraftKings, but I don't know if I have a single share on Underdog, just because there's always so many other 18th round receivers who I know will be playing football.
Right. Yeah. No, it's not the safe play. It's the home run play.
Yeah.
Is what it is. And if I think I need a home run, I add him to the thing. But you know, like if I'm in that game, I'm probably taking Turpin.
Exactly. I mean,
Like so,
there's home run plays like that. There's home run
yeah,
plays like Trey Tucker.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
just yeah. So
yeah, and like because like that's a week 7, like that's their bring back. So I
yeah.
will generally just take Turpin as the bring back instead of the
Mhm.
stack, and because I think Turpin's just that much better of a click myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really have a whole lot on the Commanders, except for um, oh, basically the only play the Commanders ran and was wide receiver screens the
Yeah.
entire game. Like,
That's all they could do.
yeah, that's and Chris Rodriguez looked like he looked awesome again. So I'm actually smashing Rodriguez now
Yeah.
over like a lot of those picks late is kind of where I'm at there.
Hmm.
All right, we got Colts Bengals. On the Colts, uh, Giddens showed a lot of power in this game, like because all of the pre-draft stuff is all about how good his jump cut is, how good he is in the hole at like doing stuff. He just showed power, and that's something you've seen a little bit at college, but not as
Hmm.
much. And it was something I wondered about. So I think that's positive for him overall. I like it is kind of concerning that he only went 6 for 22 against the Bengals defense. Um, but it kind of like I don't know if that's more concerning for their O line,
Yeah.
their backup O line. You know, it is a backup O line, so it's not that big of a deal, right? Like their starters weren't really out there.
Yeah.
So and the one thing I definitely thought was interesting is that uh, Riley Leonard looked honestly okay. Like he seemed to run the Anthony Richardson offense like somebody who could actually complete a pass and like over 50%. Like I don't know if there's a path where he starts this season, but if if Anthony Richardson has actually exiled himself from the coaching staff, like and it I that's kind of more of a theory than a definite thing, but Riley looked like he looked. I thought he looked better in this preseason game than he did in during the entire college playoffs. Because in the college playoffs, they just made him run over and over again
Yeah.
and didn't really let him pass. In this game, they let him kind of sit back and pass a little bit. And yeah, there's a lot of first read stuff, but it doesn't matter if it works. You know,
Mhm.
like, and it might not have worked against a defense that wasn't the Bengals, but it worked. Like, so I want to shout out to him because he had a really good game and like and it's kind of weird because Riley Leonard is like the direct replacement back to Anthony Richardson or quarterback. So like you would think that that would be the starter if they wanted to run that kind of offense, but they have to. And Daniel Jones can do some of the running stuff, but they don't run. They basically have a different offense in for him. It feels like, or it has felt
Yeah.
like. Um,
Yeah. Well, I think it. I think it's one of those things. Daniel Jones. It's kind of like we talked about. You know, the Bo Nix, Cam Ward. Like these quarterbacks can. You know, if they want, they can pick up 3, 4, 500 yards rushing, but they're not like guys who you need to scheme up a ton for.
I can't believe Georgia lost to Riley Leonard.
uh,
And
but
it was literally just Riley Leonard,
yeah.
right? Like, uh, yeah,
But you know, like there are, you know, of course, other quarterbacks who running is a much bigger part of the game. And Leonard, like you said in the college playoffs, like he he carried Notre Dame
yeah.
literally, and you know
And
that
I mean,
one,
it was almost all through the ground. It was
yeah,
like
that
very little
was
passing.
it the first drive in the you know championship game he ran like 6 times in it or something like
Yeah,
that, like
yeah,
um. So no, I think he is more akin to what Richardson can do. But I think Daniel Jones, of course, and this is another situation where I said so much of it, it's not just about winning. it's coach's trust, team trust, of course, which you talked about how the Brian Dable looks at Jackson Dart. I don't get the same vibes here with Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson. I don't know about you.
No, it definitely does not feel even close.
And I don't think his agent helped matters any with how he handled that after the announcement. But no, so I just think I think a lot of it is, we talked about before, like they've invested so much in the skill position guys, both with second and third round picks and first round this year in Warren, and then big money contracts to guys like Taylor and Pittman. It's like you're just wasting that with the inefficiency of Richardson's offense. But I agree, like Riley Leonard will, at the very least, I think Riley Leonard could be a long-term backup in the NFL.
Yeah, and I mean that's a win at a draft pick. He was what, a fifth sixth rounder,
I believe.
Fifth rounder, I think. Yeah. So like, I mean that's an absolute win. Like, I mean he's already made the roster, and I actually he hasn't yet, but I'm assuming he's going to make the roster. He looked really good there, and I think that they would be begging people to trade for like Richardson at this point.
Agreed.
And they would take Nichols. Like it would be like a Trey Lance kind of trade, like when he left. Do you have anything on the Bengals?
Just more like who didn't play.
Yeah.
Burton did play, which is interesting, but of course, Brooks didn't play at running back, and then at wide receiver, not just of course Higgins and Chase, but Yoshivas. I don't believe Charlie Jones played. I'm not sure if Tinsley played or not, but he didn't have a target, so
I don't think he played.
I don't think he did.
And while we're here, they did resign, or they renegotiated Travion or Trey Hendrickson's contract. Like they basically gave him an extra $12 million or something. I don't remember, for the one season. It's like a one season deal, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think they just added money to his contract.
And it was just for the one season.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Tinsley played. And I didn't look into it whether there was any sort of injury there that would have led to that, but it is notable in this type of game. When you have Burton, who was a third round pick 2 years ago, versus Tinsley.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't hurt. I think he was just a healthy scratch.
I think you're right.
All right, on to the Rams. Hartman and I's boy, Jarquez Hunter, he had a lot of really good blitz pickups, and they kind of ran him on the first drive, and then went back and forth with some players, and he was kind of mixing in. But I'm pretty sure, like if I watched it correctly, I'm pretty sure they brought Hunter in on third downs to pass protect, like to try to get him. I think just to try to lean him in that direction. So I think I can't remember. Was it? So, but I just noticed that when they were doing the running back had to block, they brought him in a lot in this game, and that if they want to use him in the regular season, that's something that they could absolutely use as a running back who is explosive. Like he didn't really have very many holes. Like he got hit behind the line of scrimmage almost every single play in this game. So he still had one kind of explosive play to where he had to make a guy miss behind the line of scrimmage to go. But he just got continually hit behind the line of scrimmage, but that wasn't with their starters or anything. And them bringing him in on some third downs to pass protect specifically, I think that, and there was one to where he missed a block, but he had to choose between two guys to block because both of them were unblocked. So like he missed one of them, but he got the other one. Like
Yeah.
that's not really a missed block, but like I'm sure haters would say, well, he couldn't take both guys, like. But yeah, I felt pretty encouraged about that, like because part of my thesis and is that they want to use him for explosive plays, which is like the third and long stuff like that. Uh, like if they need something like that. So for that to be part of the game, part of their process, he would need to be good at blitz pickup.
Yeah.
So I think that made a lot of sense that he was out there then doing that.
Yeah. No, I mean obviously notable. He clearly played Cormden, but I don't think it was necessarily a bad game for him.
Yeah, no, like, and like we talked about earlier, like you can kind of disregard the rookies playing time and like in the third game if they rested all the starters, because that's just something they do is play rookies. Like we'll get to that in the next game where the Texans had Jaden Higgins out almost the entire game.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. On to the Browns. Oh, actually, Terrence Ferguson actually looked really strong under the catch. That's the other thing I wrote down. Like he only got a couple looks, but he looked very clean catching the ball. He looked really strong after he caught the ball. Like, I'm still big on Higbee this year for all of the stuff like first quarter and eliminator stuff like that. But like Terrence Ferguson looked good. Like
he did.
So
he definitely did.
And that the first time, is this the first game he played in? Because he hasn't really.
So. He was injured, yeah. And so yeah, I mean, I think right after the draft, I took him some, even into like the first super flex. I was taking him a little bit, but then it became clear he was banged up, not playing. I think it's going to be tough for him to make an impact, at least for the majority of this year, maybe at the end of the year.
Yeah. All right, on to the Browns.
Ooh, a lot to talk about in this game. How much of it is important is up for anyone's consideration. First, I would say, let me just focus on the starters because that is what's most important.
Right.
Flacco looked good. And I think Sampson and Ford are clearly the starting backs for now. And we'll see if anything changes with Judkins. But, we're getting close and no news there. But Fannin and Njoku, Fannin, I think clearly is going to have a big part of this offense. And I honestly like what I've seen. Like we heard today about Deontay Johnson getting cut as well. I think their base offense is going to be too tight end with Fannin. I really do.
I do too. And I've really liked Jamari Thrash the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think he is their third receiver. I still think obviously, Tillman is the X and Judy's the Z, and when they need to get into three wide, Thrash will come in. But I think they feel very confident with Fannin just being a good weapon.
Did you see them Fannin completely whiffed the block, and then the next play it was a touchdown, to him?
That's exactly what we should expect.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is. Like, that's right on script. I guess if you got duck feet, you can't block.
Yeah. Well, and he is just smaller. Like he's undersized. Didn't have to do it, and why would they in college? Why would they have this guy blocking at all? He's their number one weapon by a mile. But it's honestly more promising. Last week, I have been taking more Fannin just because, for me, it was just so tough.
Yeah.
The math for Fannin when it's like he's behind Njoku. They have a couple of receivers. This could be just a terrible offense at the end. And honestly, the biggest news might be the Kenny Pickett trade because I thought both Dylan Gabriel, who did look better than Shador Sanders, I don't think they're coming for Flacco's job anytime soon. eventually they might turn the ball over to one of the rookies, but I do not see it any sort of push early on. I mean, Sanders was just flat out off on this game.
He really was. Like the first game, Sanders, I was like, you know what? I could be wrong. And the second game, this game is exactly what I seen happening to him in the NFL.
Yeah.
But like that's just 2 games. It could just like maybe he was off. You don't know. I will say this, and I did not feel comfortable doing this. I've done 1-pointer draft now, and it was a Lamar stack. It was a Lamar Zay Flowers, and I pushed quarterback a little ways, and I have just Lamar and Joe Flacco. Because I had Njoku and Tillman, like every quarterback I had like an out to for a stack went like 8 picks before ADP to the person who knew that I needed one. I mean, they were just drafted well. It was actually the room was loaded that I was in. So I was just like, you know what? Like, we'll just play it. Like, Joe Flacco's going to be the starter week 7.
Yeah, I agree.
So if I just have to, like, for the pointer specifically, like having a solo quarterback through the run in the playoffs could work out a little better than like a BBM because they get a 1 of 6 and a 1 of 3 week.
Yeah, I was going to say somebody mentioned that earlier about the pointer. What makes a good contest? Did you want to just talk about it real quick? Just
let me bring that up. All my windows are all over the place right now. All right, so I mean, there's so many good contests here.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a 2 of 12 into a 1 of 6, 1 of 3, $77 to max it. So you should get one team through on average of the 2 of 12, right? And then so that's a 16% chance to get to a 1 of 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that comes out to being a 5.5% chance to get to the finals. And if you get to the finals, you win your $77 back at like a 5.5% chance, which is pretty solid if you're an average drafter. But first place is $40K, second 25, third 15. Like these top 5 get 10K.
Yeah.
Like that is, and like even 6th, 7th, and like 6th and 7th get 5,000. Like it's just a good structure. It is a big finals. So like the week 17 correlation does matter quite a bit, but I think that it's just a really well structured contest, and getting to the finals, like paying off the max entries is something I want in every contest.
Yeah.
You also get your money back for just advancing, and you get almost 3 entries back for advancing out of the 1 of 6. So I like it a lot. I assume you love it as well.
Yeah, no, big fan. To me, 2 of 12 obviously is the general standard. We have some exceptions, usually at higher dollar. 1 of 5, 1 of 6. I think that's what I want to see. I mean, we obviously have a few like 1 of 8s, and then the 1 of 10s or like the 1 of 13s. But then to go down to 1 of 3, that is almost unprecedented. Like there's some very high dollar that I think do stuff like that. But
that's going to be very frustrating whenever you lose by 1 point that week. Like to like 2 teams just having like you would have won like every other pod. There's going to be a pod to where those 2 of the top like 6 scorers of that week are in the same pod. Like that's going to happen. Like, and it's probably going to be me at number 2. Like I've already come to grips with that. So,
but no, this is the one. This is the one that it's also, like you said, it's $11 entry, 7 max. So it's kind of in between those, like the 3 max pug and of course like the 10 maxers. So it's a nice change up, but Under $100, because there's a lot of contests that are out there, the smaller dollar ones that are like $100 to max, like the Pomerine's a little bit more, but like the Chihuahua's $100, the German Shepherd's $100 to max.
Yeah.
And this is actually, I mean, you get less entries, but with the good advance rates and this still having a really nice payout, like 5 prizes over 10K, it's pretty nice.
Right. And like if you even down to 15th gets 1,000, and you basically get 10 times your entry for finishing top 20, which is like, so basically, so 5 people of the 188 finished top 20. So what is that, like 4% ish chance to finish between 16 to 20th to get 10 times your money back? Like yeah, I mean, if you do the math on all these contests, it's hard to make money. That's why you play a lot of them. But the thing is it not only has really good top prizes, like that's a gigantic like difference, but it's not just half all the way down.
Yeah.
It's tiered pretty well for the top 10.
Agreed.
So I that's what I like about it a lot. And the 1 of 3, 1 of 6, 1 of 3 feels really good. Like if you get a team through, like if you could get 2 of your 7 through, you're going to feel really good about your odds to do something in this tournament, assuming you have a healthy team.
Yeah, exactly. But that's like you said, that's what, we can't guarantee health, but you can build strong enough teams to get, like you said, 2 or even 3, because these are also the types of ones where you can easily get more than your average. You just run hot with this week of drafting, and you try and take some of this edge of targeting the right types of players. And you get 2 or 3 teams through, then you have a great chance to make a finals.
Yeah. Schuster had a dynasty question there. I assume you'll be on the same side of it. Harrison and Achan for Bucky and Nico dynasty. I assume it's full PPR. He was asking about full PPR league yesterday.
Yeah. I want the Bucky Nico side.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy Bucky Nico side. Because Harrison Achan is like minus 3 years, but Nico is like 3 times the player as Harrison right now.
Yeah.
Like,
if you're hoping to win in the next 3 years, Nico could just be wide receiver 1 any of those years.
Right.
And Bucky honestly is probably a better bet for a higher RB finish, even in full point PPR. That is interesting news. But
did you see
just to finish up the dynasty side is Bucky? I mean, just the offense is so much better.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to go through the recent underdog stuff real quick.
Okay.
Dustin Hopkins released by the Browns, which is weird.
Yeah.
Texans traded for an O lineman from the Chargers, Austin DeCoulis, for a 7th round pick. So
interesting.
That's interesting, especially with the Chargers not having the one guy, right? Like not. I always want to say Becton, but it's not Becton. It's the tackle.
Well, Becton hadn't been
Slater
playing, so I don't even know if he's ready.
Jalen Johnson activated, and then Najee Harris activated, and Jonathan Mingo, big news, placed on IR. All right, so back to the originally scheduled thing. I hadn't really said much on this. I thought Dylan Gabriel looked really good. Like, I know I kind of liked him more than Shedeur anyway. I do think that if they run anywhere, or if they do bench him, that or Flacco, it's going to be Gabriel, and I think it'll be Gabriel through the playoff weeks. Apparently there was some like off the field stuff that happened with Shedeur when he got benched and stuff. Like,
yeah,
I heard it. I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I'm not going to talk about it. Look it up Dylan Gabriel, like, he has something he's good at. He's one of those guys that he could cook for 3 or 4 weeks and then he's going to get found out.
Yeah.
He is awesome at short and intermediate throws. Like if it's an end breaker, like anything that was like an end breaking route, like in the middle of the field, he's absolutely on the money. He does decent job like creating time for himself, but he still has to be in like something like an end breaker or like a screen kind of thing. But he's very on target in those situations. But that is something I do want to say. So like with that being said, like if you're doing Superflex and you want to take your stab at Dylan Gabriel, I probably want to stack him with Jerry Jeudy and Harold Fannin more than anybody else. Absolutely. Like that's just like because I think there's a good chance that he's playing through the playoffs, and if I'm going to take that stack, I'm going to take it. Like if I'm going to take a Gabriel share, it probably wants to be like I would do it in the 20th round with anybody, but I'm way more likely to do it with Fannin or David Njoku.
No, that's fair. I mean, and you know, I tend to agree. Like if a quarterback is replacing Flacco this year, it's Dylan Gabriel. I question if there's enough upside there with Gabriel because I think Gabriel is a career backup. You know, with little starting upside. So I honestly think Flacco has a much better chance to play most, if not all, of the year.
I would be okay with that. Like
Yeah.
I've started taking Flacco a bit. And I think it's like for all of my Cedric Tillman bags too, because I got like 12% Tillman. Like it would be awesome. Like,
Oh, huge.
like, because Tillman's the one that's gonna like. I think Tillman is the one that is most at risk if it's not Flacco of all the guys, probably because he's the field stretcher. Like Judy has always been like a manufactured guy, in my opinion. Like, yes, he has big plays, but they're always like he just runs through a busted defense kind of thing.
Yeah.
Another thing from Justin, Nico for Jameson and Tenero McMillan. I think I still keep Nico, but it is fair. It's fair.
Yeah, I think it's fair, but as I recall yesterday, his wide receivers were pretty good. So
yeah, it was like
assuming
Nico.
This is the same dynasty team. Like,
yeah,
wasn't it like Nico Lamb and somebody else or something?
Well, it was Nico Lamb, and he was wanting to trade for Neighbors.
Yeah.
I think I like if you're very like what the main thing is, who would T Mac be replacing in your lineup?
Yeah,
because like
taking a pretty decent hit on Collins to JMO.
Yeah, because that's a big. Okay, so he did get Neighbors because we said that. Okay, so if you got Neighbors, so you're trying to move Nico for future stuff. Okay. Oh, so he did exactly what we said. So he got us. So he did the counter that I mentioned. Yeah, I mean,
he mentioned all this like he's Cup and Mooney, so T Mac would be upgrading over them.
Yeah,
I guess I would say is if you're really going for it this year, I wouldn't do it because I think I don't know if T Mac over Mooney, assuming Mooney's pretty healthy, and Cup, you know, like I just don't know. Like T Mac's obviously better in best ball because we don't care when he has spike weeks. He will have spike weeks, but there's going to be plenty of weeks where you're going to look and be like, oh wow, the Falcons are playing some terrible secondary. Could be the Panthers, and I absolutely want you know Mooney in this matchup or Cup. You know,
right.
So
yeah, and I mean, let's be honest. Like CeeDee Lamb, Nico plus Neighbors just sounds like fun. Like
exactly.
Like I think I have fun myself. Yeah. So I'm not saying Judy's a bad pick. Then, like, I'm just saying what he does well is catch and run. And like he can do some of the other stuff, but he's a lot better at the catch and run stuff, like running through defenses that are not aligned right, stuff like that. So I probably keep Nico, but that's just me. All right, on to the Texans and the Lions. On the Texan side, like I have Higgins. He so he had a lot of like out routes like towards the sideline, and he ran the routes very well, and he didn't really like the balls weren't really placed in the right spot for him to catch them. So like I think he was good, but it's Graham Mertz. He's also a rookie.
Mertz and Slovis, yeah, not exactly.
So like, which is wild because he only had 2 incompletions. But like they were, because let's look at his where is his stat? So Jaden Higgins. So 2 of 2. I guess so. I must have him confused with somebody because he caught both of his targets, but they were both out like routes to the edge, and they looked pretty easy. Like he ran them very well. I do remember that. But I mean, it was 9 yards. 1 for 13, 1 for 5, I guess. But like he played a lot. And then Woody Marks actually like looked kind of fat, like explosive and fast. I did not think he was a very good prospect at all. This backfield is wide open. Damian Pierce, like you could like it felt like when Pierce was in there, the offensive line or the offensive line didn't block as well. That could be that he didn't see the hole as well, but it seemed that like Woody Marks got like a delay to where the line had moved up, like past him. He got a reception or two to where he like kind of what was it? Where is Woody Marks in the receiving? Did he not have a reception?
No, he had 2 catches.
Oh yeah, he had 2. He had 3, but like he got like little dump offs like way behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
that he just like exploded through the line because they dominated the offensive line. But the starters weren't in. But Woody Marks actually looked way better than I expected him to as a runner. And I know 3.2. So like you look
it was
at
really
all of,
that
like,
one run, especially the
yeah,
touchdown.
Yeah, the touchdown, he looked very, very clean. Like he weaved right through him perfectly. And like it was a run that almost most players would have got tackled, but I don't even think he got touched. Like he was very elusive there.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely wasn't his game in college. So it was promising. To me, he was still behind Dare Ugumbuale. So that's not good in terms of fantasy outlook.
Right.
Even with Mixon, that situation being like totally, I mean, at least the first 4 weeks and could be much longer.
So Jalen Knoll must have been hurt because he didn't play
I believe.
snap.
No, Noel did play. He played a few snaps.
Okay, there he is. So he
not
didn't
sure if he got banged up. I didn't notice him. That's for sure.
I didn't see him when he was on the field at all, and I was looking for him. So he played 8 snaps, and it doesn't show what quarter it was in, does it?
Yeah, I'm guessing it was early, and I just missed him. Because I kind of watched this game really quick. I was getting pressed for time.
Me too.
I knew Detroit. There wasn't really anything there. I mean, we'll talk about something in a second, but
yeah,
there's not a lot there.
He didn't have a target, so
yeah.
But I mean, they had 32. Like they ran the ball a little more. I mean, it was pretty.
They ran the ball more early. It felt like, but yeah.
I mean, Dare is actually he's a seasoned pro. He's been doing it for a long time. So like it's not great news for Marks, but it's honestly like if he's gonna project to be something really good later, like Dare is kind of back that I think he could become.
True.
Like a better version of that. So having him to learn from could be good if they both make the team. So the roster should be out right now, but go ahead and go to the Lions.
So the Lions, I mean, I think first thing before we get to the guy, we'll say it's not surprising that Hendon Hooker got cut. Anyone who had to watch the Lions preseason games this year, it was bad. He's obviously got a little rushing ability, but that's about it. But who everyone will talk about is, of course, Tesla. Once again, another touchdown, another contested catch. It's tough. I mean, I've been taking him some, but I still just wonder, like with Tim Patrick and Khalif Raymond totally sitting, what this means for him. One thing, it's tough to judge because it's not like they have other rookies or a lot of like other young guys who are getting work. Like for instance, like the Steelers, like yes, Caleb Johnson's playing deep, but so is Roman Wilson, who's essentially a rookie since he missed all of last year. And just some other teams kind of similar. The Texans being another one. Like we saw Higgins and Knoll play in this game. Woody Marks is playing late, so we can it's this weird thing where Tesla's like the one guy through their entire preseason who is any potential fantasy relevance. And he's looked good, but I just don't know how buried he is on this team.
Yeah, people are absolutely happy because he goes in like the 15th round sometimes now. Like he is so something I've been doing most of the offseason. There's only one or two players I'm chasing up boards, but it feels like this year when players get hyped, they're getting overhyped to an insane degree. Yeah. And like you have 1 or 2 days to actually capitalize on it. And then it's like unclickable anymore. Like JCM to me is unclickable. Like, why would you want him before Aaron Jones or Jordan Mason?
Yeah,
like, and maybe, I mean, I didn't love his prospect. Like, I didn't like. Maybe I was wrong on all that, but like, yeah, and the Tesla steam to like round 14, 15, like in BBM, things are different because you're getting the low owned guy. Yeah. But the problem is in like the pointer, he's going there. And like he's going to go there in every draft. Like, so I would rather just take the dip on the Alec Pierce, who isn't even being drafted every draft now.
Yeah. Or a guy like Darius Slayton, who continues to go in the 190s.
Yeah. I don't. So in the first quarter, talking about that contest for a minute, I'm pulling up Darius Slayton and Jalen Coker to like 160. I'm just smashing them because they're people who have a role. I think week 1 for sure, and there's not a whole lot to take at the back end, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like as Cooler said, I'm making my bet in this backfield on Dameon Pierce right now. Honestly, Nick Chubb is getting like, yes, he's starting the season, and he had some pretty good coach speak. But what are they going to say? That he looks old?
They kind of did.
Well, they did, and now they say, "Oh, he looks like the old Nick Chubb." That was the new one. It's like, I don't know if I buy it. I think it's people heard the original, and they don't want to say that again. But I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's also just like, even if Nick Chubb, if the Mixon thing is more than like these first 4 weeks, like, yeah, I can maybe buy Chubb, particularly in something like first quarter, having a fantasy usable week or two in the first 4 weeks. But is he going to hold up? He's just dealt with so many big injuries this last couple of years. Is he going to hold up over the course of, like, let's say Mixon, this suddenly becomes like half a season, full season type thing. I believe I'm kind of with you. Like, I'll take the Pierce 17th, 18th round guy versus Chubb in the 14th round.
Yeah. I will say I'm chasing Eckler up of the people going up, but he is only going up like 20 spots, and he probably, and like Ollie Gordon, I think I'm willing to move up to like 160-ish. But I was like, why couldn't he just be where Jalen Wright's old ADP was?
Yeah.
Like, because Jalen Wright's hurt. We haven't got to that game yet, but Jalen Wright is hurt. So,
Yep.
But yeah.
Well, and again to the Eckler thing, he was just massively mispriced. He had the same number of points per game as Tyron Tracy last year, more than 2 points per game more than Jalen Warren, and was going 60 spots below both of them for most of this offseason. Yes, they have rookies, but they have a third and fourth round rookie they're combating with. He's combating a seventh round rookie and a third year sixth rounder, whatever Chris Rodriguez was. So yeah, I mean, I don't think Eckler, and I guess that's the thing is those guys also probably can never be full-time backs. Like Eckler's probably done being a full-time back, but I've said before, he had 700 yards last year, 4 touchdowns, 35 catches in 12 games. I don't see why you couldn't just keep doing that.
Right. No, I 100% agree. On to the Broncos and the Saints. This was another game I think there was a lot of stuff to come out of. Number one, off the top, Audric Estime cut today. But number two, like my boy Pat Bryant, this game actually made me wonder about some things. So number one, he got missed on a wide open, he burned the defense and the ball just got sailed on him in the end zone. Number two, one of the biggest things I've always pointed to with Pat Bryant is his contested catch percent last year. Something he did in this game, I don't know why. I don't remember seeing this at college. And it doesn't make any sense for a contested catch player to have this happen, but he never went up and went to get the ball. He continually let the ball come to him instead of him going for the ball. And that caused him to have the 3 incompletions were balls that got batted away because he didn't go up and snatch the ball. Somebody who had a 68% complete contested catch rate last year in college, you would think that guy goes up and snatches the ball, right? But in every situation that happened here, a DB literally got just a finger in and the ball got bounced away, and it hit his hands in almost every situation too, but it moved it just enough. And he let the ball come into his body on a couple catches as well. So those are things I don't love. But I don't think that that's who he was or is. I think it was just a game that things didn't go well. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a sign of things to come. But there was definitely a ball or 2 balls that he should have absolutely went up and snagged. He should have at least got one of them. I don't know if you've seen those, but
no, I think I know what you're referencing. I mean, I'm willing to say that
I still think he's a good pick for late in the season, but he's not what I thought he was going to come in first 4 weeks or so and be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I still think he'll get plays and he'll still get some targets and have an opportunity to break a big play here or there in the beginning of the season. But I do think that it's definitely going to be Mims, Franklin, Sutton as the starters, and he will be the rotational fourth. That is what I think will happen. And I do think that he will work his way into the offense by the end of the season. But he needed to go up and get those balls. That was something that he really needed to do. Then can't read that. Something with Knicks. But it was there was a player that played with Bo Nix. And it was not Harvey. I don't know. I can't read what I wrote. I have bad writing.
McLaughlin got some run in there, I believe, right?
Yeah, McLaughlin did. So Cortland Sutton looked fine. he did break the big run, but like he honestly just looked fine. Like, yes, his stats are awesome. But he also kind of let the ball come to him in a couple of those situations too. So, uh, and then, oh, that's what it was. Pat Bryant was not in the game when Nix was in the game. That's what it was. So as soon as Bo Nix left, Pat Bryant came in the game. I was looking for, but maybe there was a single play that where he was out there, but I'm pretty positive that he did not play in a single snap with Bo Nix. And yeah, that's what I had. And then they did rotate their backs, the two starters, right, with Bo Nix. So, but that's all I have on them, and that's
Yeah.
bad news.
Damn, I didn't see that. I knew initially they were saying it was me going to be half a year.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, obviously Esme getting cut. Dobbins, I believe Dobbins isn't playing this game. One interesting thing is Mims no targets. For Nick's throwing 14 times. You'd like to have seen something there.
He got a carry.
He got a carry, but
he was actually out there blocking really well though, which is wild. Like, I guess he has to, you know.
Well, yeah, that's how he stays out there the 90% of the time. But no, I agree with you. I think it's the three wide receivers are who we expect them to be. Ingram's going to be in there mainly on passing downs. I think it's a Harvey Dobbins split backfield. I thought Nix looked good.
Nix looked fantastic. I kind of think that it's going to be a lot like the Buffalo Bills offense. I think that they're going to spread it out quite well. I think that it's going to be like in a single week having a 20, 22 point guy like is going to be their ceiling. Maybe Sutton gets like a 2 touchdown game at some point, but I don't know. I think that they're going to do a really good job of spreading it out, and I think their wide receiver core by the end of the season is going to be pretty good. And Bo Nix has always been good at spreading the ball out. So,
yeah, I guess what I do wonder is, Sutton last year really came on as Nix did. I think it was through after week 9, Sutton finished as wide receiver 9. And Nix's numbers were going up as well, as one would expect. As a rookie gains more confidence. So, I don't know. I still been taking Sutton pretty aggressively just because he's also been he's like a low key Devontae Adams, just a great red zone weapon. I mean, he can get touchdowns outside the red zone, as we've seen in the past as well, but he's just a great red zone weapon. So I'm projecting, well over 1,000 yards and, 8 touchdowns is like a floor and probably more like 10 to 12 for him, because I do think this offense takes the next step. They're 10th in scoring last year. I think they could be top 5. I mean, they look good. They look really good.
Speaking of that, we're going to go over to the Saints here, but as a whole, the Saints versus the Broncos had all their starters on both sides of the ball, and the Saints were competitive. I didn't expect to their defense was reasonably competitive with the Broncos starters. Yes, they scored, but they kept them into a bunch of third downs and stuff like that. So maybe the Saints dumpster fire isn't as dumpster fiery as we think. Maybe I was pretty surprised that they as a team kind of played with the Broncos starters somewhat. The score didn't show it, but if you watch the game, it didn't look like they were a bad team by any means.
No, and that's fair. What I will say is I think the Saints, from a skill position standpoint, match up with a lot of teams. Even Vele is a nice little upgrade for them. But, Olave and Shaheed are really good receivers. I don't think neither gets enough credit. I think Jawan Johnson's a good tight end. And, of course, Kamara, If you were watching Best Ball Jeopardy last night, I believe Kamara led the NFL in targets as a running back, and he missed the last 3.5 games of the year.
I looked at my sheet, and he had 2 more in 3 less games.
Yeah, and one is against the Commanders, but I remember he left before halftime in Week 15. It also killed me because I had a ton of Kamara in Week 15 playoffs.
I had that was one of the worst things is I think it was Week 16 he missed, right?
Yeah, he missed Week 16.
And my 2 best total, my 2 best overall looking teams were Kamara teams that made it, and they were teams that needed Kamara to get his 16 points.
Yeah.
Because it was pretty reliable that he got 15 and 16 points every week.
Oh, yeah.
And it killed me. My best 2 teams, these were Dowdle Chase Brown teams with Kamara anchor kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
So it hurt me quite a bit not having him out there.
So I want to talk about the running backs first, and then I think it'd be fun to talk about the quarterback situation because obviously what they announced as the starter. But
before that, the Browns just released their depth chart, and it is Shedeur, emergency 3rd quarterback, and Dylan Gabriel 2.
Yeah, I mean that's not shocking to me.
No, and Robbie Chosen was released.
That's also not shocking to me.
I took him in the first quarter yesterday on stream.
I heard,
I'm so over Sky Moore. If Sky Moore makes the team, then Robbie Chosen's completely done.
I don't think it's. I mean, Sky Moore could make the team, but I don't think it's. Why they cut Chosen?
He's got a high ADP. He's got a draftable ADP in that contest. I don't get it.
And neither that I agree. I don't get.
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
All right.
No, so for the Saints running backs, Kendra Miller is clearly the number 2 because they cut both Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Cam Akers. I will say Devin Neal finally came back. He'd been banged up, and I thought he looked good this game, both running and receiving. So, he's clearly behind right now, but it would not shock me if later in the year, Devin Neal, who I think you were high on as well, pre-draft.
I was
pre-draft.
Oh no, I was one of those that Caleb Johnson and Devin Neal to me were the same bet. They're the same player. They not the same player, but they were both players that when they got in the they looked really good because they got a lot of super open fields to run in. They just got a lot of times that they had the field wide open. And they looked fast because they ran for touchdowns in those situations. But they weren't really actually near as fast if you looked at how fast they were getting to the yard markers. It's just that nobody else was in frame.
Yeah.
So anybody looks good running in a wide open field. Steve Bono, except for Steve Bono. If you remember that play. The 73-yard touchdown run. But yeah. I was never really in on him. I actually got a bit of him because I admit he's a solid receiver out of the backfield, and I think he's a good project for Dynasty for next year if Kamara leaves. So, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I and maybe this is just me not being a Kendra Miller guy. I mean, there's no doubt, and I've started taking him in a few drafts, round 18 on some slows, but I still could see Devin Neal unseating him by the end of the season, just because, he generally hasn't looked good, and I know this is a fresh start for him, but we'll see. And then to me, the big thing here is the quarterback debate. Rattler got announced as the starter today. In my opinion, Chuck slightly outplayed him in the preseason. There's just more splash plays, more upside plays from Chuck. But it doesn't shock me that Rattler got the initial start.
Yeah, no, and Rattler is like my number one, my number two owned quarterback in Superflex.
Nice.
Because I'm like, well, I had like quite a bit of Shuck, and every time I had Shuck, I just took Rattler because it's free,
Yeah.
because you can get him in the 19th round, and like, even if he only plays 5 games at quarterback in round 19 is worth a pick, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
100%.
And like, what's your over under on how many weeks he's out there? Because I think that they kind of want to quietly tank, but they also want to get him out there. They have a bye week, week 11.
Yeah.
Do they wait all the way to the bye week? Do they wait till like week 9 and let him have 2 weeks and then a bye week? Uh, like, I think that Rattler, like, well, the team is investing capital right now and
Mhm.
winning this year. So I do think that if Rattler goes out there and looks really bad the first 3 or 4 weeks, I think he's just cut. He's just pulled
Yeah.
instantly. So like, I do think it's a short leash situation.
No, I agree. And I honestly think it's kind of similar to what I mentioned. Like sometimes these teams, it is, they have the picks, the money invests in some of these receivers and running backs and tight, they just give Juwan Johnson a good contract. Like
Yeah,
they're not going to sit out there and have Rattler do what he did at the end of last year. Now, granted,
right.
most of these guys were hurt at the end of last year, but that offense was just so unfunctional. Um, like it was as bad as possible. And maybe Rattler has just learned and developed some, um, but there's got to be at least a little functionality in this offense because you're not going to sit out there and have these high picks like Olave or vets like Kamara, money investing guys like Kamara and Juwan Johnson. And honestly, I think Shaheed is a really good receiver. I mean, obviously,
Yeah,
came from nothing, but he's talented. Like he's really talented. So
man, if Derek Carr was still on that team,
oh man.
like, Shaheed was one of the best values in big board, I think,
Yeah.
until Derek Carr decided, like, because Derek Carr has no issue throwing that ball deep.
No.
And him and Shaheed connect.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, he is coming off an injury. People aren't even talking about him coming off injury like everybody else.
Which is crazy because it was a little earlier than some of them, but not it. But he's looked totally fine. Like
Yeah,
every report, him out there in this game, like he looks 100%.
Well, him and Rice both, from the injury perspective, look really good. And we haven't seen Diggs, but I get a feeling Diggs is completely fine.
I do too. Like,
all right. With Devin Neal though, like, the light's still on, but I do think Kendre Miller's actually looked good this last week. Like I thought he legitimately looked like a good backup running back. And
this week was probably the most impressive I thought of his preseason.
yeah, I think it's pretty obvious they're not going to run Kamara in goal line situations because they never have. So I think we could I think Henry Miller, if nothing else, is a really good advance piece. I think he's a very good click at the end of drafts. I don't know about you, because he's still mostly undrafted, and I just feel like he's gonna get 5-6 touchdowns this season, just because and maybe they use Kamara down there this year. They generally don't, but it is a new coaching staff. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to be overweight. I still would rather have Damian Pierce that swing, but he's on my list of short list of people to draft in that round.
Yeah.
I assume you disagree.
Oh no, I mean I've taken him, Kendre Miller, in some 18th round picks.
Yeah.
For me, I'm kind of only doing it in 6 RB builds, because 5 RB builds I generally like guys who I feel confident in all year. And I don't, and maybe I'm wrong about my Devin Neal stand, but I think, and like something like first quarter, I think Kendrick Miller is very draftable in that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I absolutely in first quarter. And
if there had been a new, like I didn't take him any in the last eliminator, but if there was an eliminator now, I'd be taking some Kendrick Miller,
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for a little eliminator. They've done it every other year. But I think first quarter is fun. Like every contest they're putting out is awesome, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right. So on to the Seahawks and the Packers. I will say, like, based on what I've seen from Martinez, like watching this game, I was like, yeah, I think he's getting cut. They were also, but they did specifically bring him in, just like Jarquez Hunter, in for third downs, for pass protection stuff. Like they were bringing him in for those. Wright had the big run, but like Martinez, I don't know, like he didn't look as sharp as anybody else did in that backfield this entire offseason. Or this entire preseason. He had the one good game, but like in that one game, he looked really good because he was bouncing off tackles and all that stuff. I kind of think that he needs to go somewhere else to be successful at all. Like if you have bags of Martinez at all, like I do, like you don't want him to re-sign to the practice squad like the rumor is. If he resigns to the practice squad there, I'm assuming George Kalani is the RB3 there. And like, talk about in a 20 round format, like I can't say that I'm not interested in taking him once or twice. I'm not saying it's a good pick. I'm just saying it interests me. It's like, man, if one of those two get hurt, like Kalani, like especially if it's Walker, like I do think that if one of them gets hurt, like it's just the other one that gets all the carries.
Yeah.
MVS finally played, then cut. Jake Bobo, another catch, but not a whole lot. Like Milroe looked fine, I thought. A little more off target than he had been.
Yeah,
but
he also took 5 sacks.
He took 5 sacks.
Some were definitely on him. I mean, some were on the O line, but
But I mean, he's been a project guy.
Sure.
And the only way he starts is if they do start the season like 2-5, and they have a really rough schedule. You don't think that's a possibility? I think it's less likely than I used to. But if they do start 2-5 and go into bye week 8, there's a chance that Milroe or Drew Lock comes out after that. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think what I've always said is it's got to be both things. Both they have to be bad, and it's got to be Darnold's fault. Like if they're starting 2-5 because Kenneth Walker gets hurt and the defense is giving up 40 points a game, because some of the offenses they play early on are really good. But if like Darnold's going out there slinging it and playing pretty well, but they're just losing, I don't think they're sitting Darnold.
Right. Yeah. If it's their defense that's just getting crushed. But I mean, their defense should be the strong point of their team, right?
Yeah, but they play some really good offenses.
They really do.
If they're losing like high scoring games, I don't think they're going to just blame Darnold.
Yeah, so what do you think of Cooper Kupp in the first quarter? I think I think he's like number one. Kenneth Walker to me is an absolute smash in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Right now, I've been taking the fourth round to me. Like I have no problem pulling up basically any pick in the fourth round, the third round in the first quarter.
Yeah. Especially if you're not going to lead quarterback in the third round.
Yeah,
because want to do that.
Seattle has a pretty good schedule. Travion Henderson gets Carolina week 4.
Mm-hmm.
worthy. Like they definitely want to run they definitely want to pass the ball. Anyway, we'll go back to this. Green Bay Packers. Anything at all other than the one golden catch?
Yeah, I mean, Golden, very brief look, but looked good.
Yep.
Romeo Doubs was out there with the starters again, but Packers are a team where they played the starters some, but not really because Love missed the last 2 games, and Jacobs has gotten like 1 carry in 2 of the games. It's not like he's getting a ton of workload. And also then all their like backup receivers are banged up, so we can't even like get a feel like what the true depth chart is. I mean, early on, I think it's clearly Golden Dubs, but beyond that, who knows?
Savion's still hurt.
So, I mean, probably the biggest thing is what we saw today, that it could be IR for Lloyd again.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And then that's like you have Brooks and Emmanuel Wilson, Emmanuel Wilson.
I think, like, I said it yesterday on stream. I think if a team trades for ETN, I think the Packers would be a really sneaky spot, and I think it would fit perfectly with them. Like, it would be really bad news for my 10% Marshawn Lloyd, because I started smashing him whenever he was healthy, because he's talented.
He is.
He is very, like every time he's been out there, he looks so good. He's just only been out there like 6 times in 2 years.
No, he was one of the rookies where I was on last year, because there were some like the Corn price was way too high. The Vidal price was, to me, crazy. I was taking Marshawn Lloyd early last year, before he got injured. And he was talented, and I thought he would have the passing down role, but no, he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he's worth a click now.
Yeah,
he might have always been.
I've taken some Emmanuel Wilson for that reason,
Yeah, seeing Golden's number 22 in action. I don't know why everybody hates the number 22 so much. I mean,
him and Shaheed.
Well, like, they're like, oh, it just looks so bad because it's double numbers. Like, why? Why does that look bad?
I think it also being in the 20s. You don't see receivers generally in the 20s.
Yeah, that is true. But like, the thing that bothers me the most is like when like the Broncos, their RB1 is number 27 and their RB2 is number 37. Like, so they're splitting, right? But like, I mean, you could argue whoever's 1 and 2, but like they're starting Dobbins, so it's number 1. Like when they both have the same last number, like I get confused because I'm a numbers person. I see the numbers, and that's how I recognize people. And like Jalen Rager and Oronde Gadsden, 88 and 86, they're both like similar builds. Weirdly, like Rager looked like a tight end. I remember that, but he looked huge this week. But I kind of like the 22, like the reason he took the number and all that as well. Like Emmitt Smith was 24.
No, he's 22.
Was he 22?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, could be wrong. It's been a long time since I thought about Emmitt Smith.
Yeah. It was Edge. Edgerrin James was 24. Yeah, so we are to the Jaguars-Dolphins game. There was nothing at all on the Jaguar side, not even a little bit. They started nobody.
Yeah.
At all. So,
like, LaQuinn Allen didn't even play.
LaQuinn Allen, no Tootin, no ETN, no Bigsby. None of it. So on to the Dolphins.
I'll start. I think, I think Malik Washington has definitely earned a role. I mean, NWI is out there. He's just not getting, through the entire preseason. Like, he's out there, he's just not getting looks. I think Malik Washington, some of it is, of course, no Tyreek. And so I do think that's a big factor. But I think Malik Washington and Tua have a bit of a connection. So I've started taking him definitely some in first quarter and definitely some just 18th round. Another, like we talked earlier about, like 18th round clicks, like the Turpins and stuff over some guys who, like a Jalen Lane who just might totally be buried. I think Malik Washington has a bigger role.
Yes.
The biggest thing here,
he's got giant contingent upside too, like gigantic.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have both Waddle and Hill who are fragile. Who, Hill could get traded.
Waddle got hurt in this game.
Yeah,
like he cannot finish a game without hobbling to a sideline. Yeah. He just can't. It's been like last year was like half the games. I have like 5 or 6% Waddle, but I only click him just to not be completely buried by him.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And also the Bucks bring back is enticing just because the Bucks look so good.
That's literally all it is. It's just I like if Waddle falls a little bit, I take him and Igbuka. Which now Waddle is in the 7th round, which is where I think he should have been the whole time. Tyreek, I can't click him at all, but like Evans is a good click, and that makes Waddle feel better. And it probably shouldn't. You probably should just like in for me, I've just sort of been like, I'll just take Ricky Pearsall instead.
Yeah,
I'll just take Ricky. I'll just take Diggs. I'll just take Golden, and not worry about the bring back. Yeah. Let's just get there.
So I will say, Tua started. Haven't. I don't know what to say. The offensive line is going to be bad this year for Miami, like really bad, and so that's not good for Tua. He took a couple sacks in limited time. Every quarterback took sacks. Well, it shows they had 6. It felt like 8. And
I mean, Tua's time to throw was like sub 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And he still got sacked a couple times.
Yeah, it was not good. The positive out of this is Ollie Gordon continues to look good. Jalen Wright's hurt. Chain, even if he's ready for week 1, probably isn't 100%. So unless they bring him back, I think Ollie Gordon is the clear number 2 here now. Between Madison's injury and Jalen Wright's injury, and Jalen Wright not looking good. But I really worry about the Dolphins in general. I think their offensive line is bad. And there's just, we're finally, they've not played with the tight end this entire year, essentially. No. So, I really worry.
I can't get on the Dolphins bet, at all.
I'm so low on them as a whole.
I did look in the Superflex contest. Apparently, I had 6.9% Ollie. So that feels good. Because he wasn't drafted very often, really.
No.
So I feel pretty good about that. And I haven't taken him at all in the 18-round formats, but those 20-round formats, I'm like, I think he's worth this swing. And some of those swings that I took don't look too good, but that one looks good right now. It might not look good in a week when they get absolutely demolished because of an offensive line. That offensive line is very bad. And
people talk others that could be really bad this year. I think theirs might be the worst in the league.
I think other teams would have to fail to get to their level. This is kind of where I'm at with that. Maybe I'm overreacting, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
And let's just bring this up. Fantasy Dog says NWI will get looks big time once the season starts. 6-2 NWI, and then the other NWI bull. Malik is okay. He's no NWI.
It's not wrong. He's the one receiver that's, a normal size. Let's say, you know what I mean?
He absolutely. And there's I know it's all wish casting, kind of like the Brees stuff, but Tyreek can still get traded Tyreek may still just have a wrist injury from last year that's still bothering him. Waddle can't stay healthy. So, like, there's a very reasonable chance that one of those two misses a game or two, and NWI or Malik Washington for that little stretch is good. Like a very good pick.
And also I still have no expectation for Waller. So it's like they don't have a tight end,
I feel gross when I click Waller, and I only do it.
I've like none.
I think I've taken him like 3 times, and it's always like, like I kind of wish they would just put NWI out there at tight end.
Yeah.
And like, because at least he's going to try to block people.
That's fair.
Yeah. And full PPR. That makes sense too. NWI in half and Malik in full.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense. So on to the next game, which is the Bills Tampa. Since we're just talking about that Week 17 game, Bills nothing. They played nobody, just like the other team. So like absolutely nothing. So
I mean, it is notable Elijah Moore played in this game for the people.
Oh yeah.
But I still think he's making the team and everything. And
Frank Gore Jr. Like I want him to succeed.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll keep 4 running backs, but I think he's looked good in the preseason.
Yes, he has. He's looked fine. Like he hasn't looked like he is gonna be able to take carries away from any of the other 3.
Mm-hmm.
But he's looked like if 2 of them get hurt, he would be fine.
Yeah,
kind of guy. Like absolutely nothing worth taking. But everybody wants to talk about the Tyrell Savers touchdown. Like he did the classic DeAndre Hopkins push off, catch the ball with one hand. That's for a certain person out there who I haven't seen for a while, but yeah, I just like it. It was an athletic play, but I like the toe tap was really nice. But it was just one play, and I'm curious if he makes the roster or not.
I mean,
I think he will, but like, they have a lot.
Because I could see Curtis Samuel being put on like PUP or IR,
right?
Because he's been injured the entire time. So it's like Shakir Coleman, Palmer, and probably Elijah Moore, and then I know they cut Hamler today, right? And I believe so. I think Shavers will make the team, but he's probably not active game days.
Yeah, so Marshawn Lloyd officially put on IR.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. On to the Bucks. Kyle Trask got cut.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that Kyle Trask got cut for Teddy Bridgewater. Like Trask has looked fine every game.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a player that I 100% assume will get signed somewhere.
Yeah.
Like he's better than Tanner McKee, right? I guess Tanner's fine. I guess Tanner's fine.
I don't know. I think Tanner McKee, after what he did in week 1 against the Bengals defense, but you could make the case he's in the top like 10 of backup quarterbacks. Tanner McKee, I think. Young, big arm, But no, I generally agree. I thought Trask I thought they'd maybe keep 3 quarterbacks, or maybe they'd kind of like the Browns did with Pickett, find a Trask suitor. So yeah, I was definitely a little surprised. I think the other thing, it was only a couple carries, but Sean Tucker hasn't exactly looked great since Rashard White's injury.
I was never a believer.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever bought in, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. It just Rashad White is just permanently disrespected. Everybody always he's so inefficient. It doesn't matter. He's like a 15th round pick, and he's a PPR scam.
Yeah.
He's gonna get 60 targets this year.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And you're getting that. Like Rico Dowdle may be that as well. So like you get that in round 15, 16, like yeah. And
I'm 100% with you.
yeah, and like they absolutely talk about how he is. Everybody talks about Jalen Warren being a great blocker, but like Rachaad White is actually a great blocker. So
Yeah. Well,
like it's going to be hard for Tucker to get in there, in my opinion, at all. And the whole he's the direct backup to Bucky, that may be true, but that requires two things to happen.
yeah.
So,
Well, and what I'll say, a lot of this buzz came from the combine week when Matthew Berry released um, shout out BBG, but when Matthew Berry released that, Sean coaches love Sean Tucker, and people started dunking on Rachaad White, and honestly, I think that's why Rachaad White's ADP never rose, and then he got injured, and then it fell. But the reality is Tucker's only usable weeks last year were in either like blowouts, like that Saints game, or in games where Rachaad White missed. In the playoff game, Tucker had 0 snaps, zero. Like I think he had some special teams, but 0 offensive snaps. And, everything's on the line. Who are they playing? Rachaad White.
Yep. And they played him quite a bit.
Yeah. The only other notable thing to me in this game, Trey Palmer got cut. That was a bit of a surprise, but Tez Johnson
I was going to bring him up.
Yeah, I mean, Tez Johnson, he's obviously not the biggest, definitely not the fastest.
He honestly looked bigger than I expected him to, versus like amongst the NFL players. Like he didn't look absolutely tiny. He didn't look big. But he didn't look like he would die when he got hit. Because who's Matthew Berry?
But no, so Tez Johnson, I think obviously made his way onto the team, and this game sealed it. But
he's been their leading punt returner, I believe. It's the other Johnson that's been their punt returner.
Gotcha.
Or their kickoff returner. I don't see how he doesn't become a kickoff returner though, the way he is, just how he plays.
Mm-hmm.
But what was great about the way he played in this game is he literally would catch the ball, make somebody miss, and then pick up yards. And then he had that like savvy veteran, which is weird because he's rookie, go down before he gets crushed kind of move that like Devonta Smith does. Zay Flowers has done it quite a bit. And those are kind of players that stay healthy generally. So he knows that he's not gonna out muscle a DB. he understands. He knows what he's weak at. But yeah. Then my boy, I love Devin Culp, but he's nothing more than a contingent play on a player who's not that relevant, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, K-Dot, I'm not saying K-Dot's not relevant, but he's being drafted at I could see the backup to Michael Mayer, the backup to Bowers, or something possibly being drafted like a 20-round format or a tight end premium kind of thing. But this is a player that a Dynasty Deep Stash, I think he's worth, but that's about it.
No, I mean, he looked good for him last year when Otten missed time.
Yeah, absolutely. Did I have anything else there? He Tez Johnson also, I think, only played at the beginning of the game when he went out.
Mm-hmm.
He went out
pretty early. It was pretty clear, he was had a pretty secure role after that game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got the Chargers and the Niners. Then we have after that the Raiders and Cardinals, and we're done. So I got the Chargers side. Oronde Gadsden looked like he looked really good at just being like real fluid at catching the ball. And he was absolutely wide open for a touch. Like, I don't know if it was for a touchdown, but he was like 5 yards behind the linebacker. And couldn't see the safety, but I think the safety was on the sideline. And they threw the ball like 8 yards past him. On just it was in the second quarter. Like, it was just an awful throw. And he absolutely cooked that route. He actually looked pretty good. Like, maybe he is something you need late in the season. Maybe not. I have a hard time taking any of the tight ends there. I've taken I took a bit of Conklin in the big board, but like not a lot, like 4% or something. But it's also 20 rounds there and all that. So
I was just going to say 20 round formats. I've taken Conklin a couple times.
yeah. I took Disley once or twice before Conklin signed. So like, I think they have 3 solid quarterback or tight ends. So
no, agreed. I think Gadsden, this is just a year for him to develop. Barring injury, I don't think he really sees the field, but there's nothing wrong with that, you know.
Oh. Hey, thanks, Coolers. Yeah, I enjoy doing it. For sure. We're definitely and I'm not sure if you know, but we're gonna run this through, and I don't know if we're gonna do anything next week, like because there's no game, but we could do something. I don't know. But after week 1, for sure, we're gonna start doing roster breakdowns or weekly breakdowns again, and go through this. And that it'll probably be a little different because we'll be going through like snap percentages and stuff as well.
Yeah, some better usage stuff.
It'll be a lot more like factual stuff versus like more takesy stuff that we're doing here. Like, I'm sure we'll have takes, but you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's all I had on them. Trey Lance limited. Looked fine again.
I haven't seen yet. I just want to say, is like Rocket Sanders' fate. Have you seen anything? Because I saw Miller Hines got cut.
I have not seen anything. I honestly believe he's going to make the roster.
Me too.
He looked good good enough the last 2 weeks and it speaks volumes whenever a team and this is the whole reason I was kind of way out on ETN and Bigsby originally. And I'm kind of in on Bigsby now because I think he'll at least start the season.
Mm-hmm.
But like, whenever a team looks at a position, they sign somebody and then they draft 2 guys, that looks really, really bad for anyone who was on the team. Like, it's almost like they just have zero interest in you being part of the team at all for any reason.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and whenever a new coaching staff came in to the Jaguars and draft 2 guys, like, it feels pretty likely that one of the 2 guys that are already there aren't going to be on the team. Like, we'll see what happens. I haven't seen they had to have put it in now, but I have not seen anything on that. Maybe they just keep 4 and trade somebody in a week or something, or during the next week.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the biggest news that chat mentioned and we then saw is, Naj taken off the list.
Yeah.
So, because I thought there was a real chance he could maybe start, on PUP or whatever, but it sounds like he's good to go. So, even if he maybe still needs to miss week 1, like, they at least have enough confidence.
Unfortunately, it sounds like they made a bad cut. Oh,
wow. Maybe they think they can sneak him into practice squad.
Yeah. So the dream scenario is Fantasy Dog. My favorite scenario is the Roshan Johnson role in Chicago. He would be really good with the Titans, some people say. I disagree with that one a little more. I think that he does the same kind of thing that both Khalil Mullins and Chestnut do. Like, I think he would comp to those, and they've been in the camp the whole time. The Cowboys, like, it is a perfect fit, but he would have to apologize to Jerry Jones, apparently, if those rumors are true. Uh, but like I could see that like in the Packers, he would be like a direct replacement for Jacobs if he would go there. But like he's basically a worse version of Jacobs, like a much worse version of Jacobs at this point.
Yeah.
But like I think if the Packers are going to sign anybody, it'll be somebody with receiving chops to kind of lessen the workload a little bit.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So Naheem Hines was also So apparently the people in this game got released. So
Yeah, because Jeff Wilson got released for 49ers and Chosen you mentioned.
I was kind of assuming Garendo may end up getting released. But they're probably going to be able to put him on. I wonder if they end up putting him on IR or something because he got hurt in this game again.
Yeah.
Well, I think he got hurt twice because there was a fumble. So in the first quarter, there was a fumble or a muffed punt, and he was the gunner or whatever and was downfield. And in the scrum, whenever he dove for the ball, he got up. He was like walked away with his shoulder limp, but he came back in the game. And then I think he got hurt again. So like I think he went back into the game being hurt and might have I don't know if it was the same thing. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he was actually hurt or if it was just pain. You don't know. I don't know, but it's just kind of odd. That he came back in the game, which to me means that he's definitely RB3. Absolutely. But Jeff Wilson getting cut is good for Garendo. So
I think unless he's hurt, I think he's fine.
Yeah. Robbie Chosen and DeMarcus Robinson has looked fantastic this preseason.
So
it is so sad that he's suspended the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, he'd be the perfect.
He would be the perfect first quarter pick. Absolutely.
And even in an 18th round format regular season, he'd be, because this is what he was last year. He was a tremendous advancement piece when Kupp and Puka missed a lot of time early in the year. He had multiple big games and, he had 7 receiving touchdowns. So he had plenty of usable weeks as a 18th round guy, 17th, 18th round guy last year. And I advanced multiple teams to the playoffs with him. He did nothing in the playoffs. I'm pretty sure all 3 of his games were duds, but that's fine. He got teams through that would not have made it otherwise. And he would have been the exact same this year. What I will say, Resurrection, he's not going to have an ADP. Nobody's going to be taking him because he's not going to miss the first 3 weeks. And that's when people are drafting this, weeks 3 and 4, and starts after week 5. The who knows about the Juwan Jennings thing, but the Ayuk thing could really last all year, or at least a significant deeper portion of the year. So he's somebody I've already kind of circled as keep an eye on for Resurrection.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. There's a cut Marshawn Lloyd may be that guy, but he'll just get hurt again, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know faith in Lloyd at this point.
I'll wishcast it a little bit. It's fine. I'll bag defend. It's fine.
Good luck.
I know it's not real, but I can pretend. And they are opening new contests and good contest. So are you 100% sure that BBM is going to fill?
I am.
It's still 16% away, and they've released 3 contests this week, a larger contest, and people are going to start chasing sprint and marathon overlay, and drafters overlay, I could see it getting 99.2, basically filled. I think it gets filled as well, but I do think there's a world in which it doesn't go to 100%.
So what I will say is, because I thought the same thing along Big Board, because Big Board, it was okay, it might not totally fill, it might not fill, but then you're it's of course going to fill, and it didn't. It ended up being 97% or whatever.
And And then the little board 2 was 60% filled. I got all 50 of those.
Oh God, that was amazing.
Yeah,
But that was the clear
yeah.
mistake by Underdog. But what I will say to this, yes, it's interesting. I was surprised they released both the Rottweiler 2 and a super. Like I thought they'd do another super flex, but I figured it'd be something smaller. Because yeah, those are the exact same price as BBM, and I think it's a much better, given your chance to advance to the finals. Yeah, you're max 25K, but you just have a much better chance of 25K than a BBM entry.
So, yeah, go ahead.
But I just think enough people will just end up maxing it. It's a little behind from last year. I do know that, but I also just feel like it might come down to like Tuesday or Wednesday. Like last year, it felt like almost a week ahead of time, like 5. I think it was 5 days ahead of time.
And it is like the biggest drafting weekend of the year coming up. So,
yeah. So I think it still feels, if not, it'll be like 99%. Like it might miss 1,000 entries or something.
Yeah. Would you take Emmanuel Wilson?
Yeah.
Like I haven't been doing it, but like I could be like, if I was on a stream with somebody, they're like, hey, do you want him? I'm like, yeah, why not? Like I prefer some of the other players. Like I prefer Kendre Miller. I prefer some other guys down there. Damian Pierce. Like I think that I like that shot a lot more. Because I'm not down there. Like you're down there just looking for shots. And like I do think that when Lloyd comes back, he will be the 2.
Yeah, that's
so like it's like for first quarter, I think it's a great pick, actually. Maybe.
Yeah.
Like it's still contingent upside in a 4-week span. So like it's a better pick there, I think.
No, I mean, I think it's more like, again, probably more like a 6 RB build. I think it's also if you're taking them with maybe some other backs who are one just as a handcuff to Jacobs, I think is fine. Or if it's like a situation where, maybe you have some other backs who early on might not have their role 100% cemented, and you're just kind of like saying, hey, hopefully one of these guys gets a bigger role, gets enough usable games, because Wilson had like 600 rushing yards last year.
Yeah.
It's more than you'd think.
Yeah, he was pretty solid. That's all I got for that game. Do you have anything else?
No.
All right. We got the Raiders and the Cardinals. This is the last game. Zamir White came in before Mostert.
Yeah.
Genty played. Zamir White was the one that kind of spelled him a little bit. Genty trucked somebody else, and they're like, hey, you need to stop that. Didn't let him play anymore. Yeah. He's like, hey, this is not the regular season. Please stop absolutely just dismantling yourself and other people. It just means it's going to be so much fun to watch him play in the NFL.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, like my 14% Genty and big board feels pretty good right now.
Yeah.
I have my 0% CMC feels less good. Now in big board 2, like in little board 2, I actually got like 10 or 12%, because that's when we got the news that he was actually like that. That's when the George Kittle thing came out, talking about how he was going to be healthy. And I was so far into fading him in the big board, I was just like, I'm just going to write it here. And then and then when that came out, I was like, I'll just push him here. Yeah. So Zamir White, like he's probably a solid last round click right now in BBM specifically. And I hate to say it after last year, like it's probably the ugliest click you could possibly make, but man, like who profiles to be a better like replacement for Genty? It's probably Zamir White. He's got a better offensive scheme around him, most likely. Like the offensive line looks a little more cohesive this year. Mostert's really old. White still has the body type that looks good. So like, I don't like it, but like if I were to do a BBM today, I've only done 14, but if I were to do one, I think Zamir White is somebody that I would be thinking about for an extremely low owned guy if I had a free spot at the end of the draft. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, early on, I took a little Mostert as like that for that mentality. I just don't know if I can get myself to Zamir White.
I said I'll think about it. I didn't say I would pull the trigger.
Because it's one of the things,
like,
even if he's ahead right now, I still could see just the coaching staff just having more trust in Mostert. You know, when the games start mattering. I don't know. Like I think it just burned me, and I wasn't even like totally in on. I had like 10% last year. It's not like I went crazy on them, but
I had like 0.5%, so I can take the dip this year.
yeah,
like yeah, and like I think the Mostert bet was a solid bet because Zamir White was so bad last year. But he looked really like the fact that they played him before Mostert, that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And Lobby come in as the fourth back. I'm assuming he's going to make the roster because he's their leading kick returner.
That's a fair point.
Yeah. So, like, they're probably like if they don't keep 4, one of those two get cut. I assume they keep 4, but I haven't seen any news on Zamir White or Mostert or Lobby. Lobby might be a one that they're not really going to note, but he's been their number 1 kick returner the entire preseason. And I believe he also mixes in as punt returner as well. So that is probably the 4th running back, right? Like, so it's like those two plus him and obviously Genty. So the other thing is Dante Thornton still just getting targeted all the time.
Yeah.
Like Jack Best didn't come in until the starters were gone again. I don't think he did, at least.
I don't believe he did, no.
Bowers didn't play, so Mayer got to play with the starters again. But Thornton, to me, is like a clear target right now.
Actually, because did Jacoby Myers play every snap of the starters? Because I feel like Betch came in for him one time, but I could be wrong.
That could be right. Betch had 40% of the game.
Yeah.
And Thornton had 47%. But all of Thornton's targets was early in the game.
Yeah, it was, I think both with Gino, right?
Yeah. I don't think Best really had any. Like he had like a target. He had 2.
But also,
I remember
once Aiden O'Connell got hurt, like Miller was bad.
Yeah, and he really was. Okay, on to the Cardinals. Or do you have anything else to add there?
No, I mean, obviously, Aiden O'Connell got hurt. They trade for Kenny Pickett. But, I think the big kind of thing is, of course, the whole Jacoby Myers requesting a trade, them signing Amari Cooper. This could be a weird final week before the start of the season for the Raiders, to be honest.
Yeah, it really could.
I'm kind of taking some Thornton and Trey Tucker. Like I've been taking, because Trey Tucker, he definitely left with the starters. Like he is one, like, yes, Thornton's gotten more targets, but it is, to me, clear they view Tucker as a clear starter on this team.
Yeah. I think so as well. But man, Thornton, like he absolutely looks the part. And
oh yeah, he's fun.
And the team, like the thing about it is when he does stuff, the entire sideline is into it. So like I think that's a big deal. Like that means that everyone's rooting for him. On to the Cardinals. Anything? I have something, but
so I will say first. I actually will say I think one of the most notable things, Benson not playing. So it's kind of like between Carter and DiMarcardo, I think. I guess maybe Zonovan Knight, but I think it's between those two for like the third back roll. I don't know if they'll keep a fourth. I will say I think Xavier Weaver has absolutely earned a spot. But it was tough to see. It was another situation. I mean, they threw the ball 20 times and they were insanely inefficient.
Yeah. That's what I was going to touch on is Xavier Weaver. Like Xavier Weaver has looked good. Like, so somebody the other day in their chat, I think it was Updog. I found him and he asked, somebody in the chat asked who a week 1 waiver wire pickup may be, and I'm like, it could just be Xavier Weaver because everybody else sucks there. Like it's Zay Jones and Michael Wilson, and we all know that I'm not in on Michael Wilson. And Zay Jones, like it's Zay Jones, like he's he's fine. Like Zay Jones is fine, but Xavier Weaver could be that guy that just happened. Like he's looked very good, I think.
Yeah.
So it looks like, so we'll go through here. These are NFL.com's current.
Okay.
It was updated at, so this should be the full cut list. Bills. Apparently, one of my home leagues decided to push the draft up 2 hours and we're drafting in 20 minutes, but I can, like, it's all good. Like, it's a $10 league. It's just people I work with. And like, I'm not going to not do it, but like, it's a work league, like, but we got, I don't really like Caden Prather and Laviska Shenault, shockers. Like, I can't, like Caden Prather, like remembering you in the 14th round whenever Big Board opened up. Like why would, like, Hayden's right on a lot of stuff. That one was a miss. I was wrong on Restrepo in the same manner. So like, you can't say anything bad. Like, I'm not talking bad about it. I'm just saying, we have that's a lot of cuts here. Pharaoh Brown.
They cut all their tight ends. I mean,
all of them. Yeah. That's
I
kind
think
of
they
a
only
big
had
deal.
5 in camp, and so it's Waller, and I can't remember who else made it.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to move D. Eskridge to, like, I think D. Eskridge would be good at tight end.
Yeah, and one interesting thing is that Eric Izukamana, he at one time was worked out as a tight end.
Was he? Okay. So yeah, D. Eskridge I think could play that if they needed him to. So, not saying I've heard anything, it just kind of would make sense.
Yeah.
That's a lot of, like, they cut way too many offensive linemen.
I mean, I think they're going to be their team because they're just so thin. They will probably sign a back. They could sign a tight end, or definitely sign a tight end. I feel like probably an offensive lineman or two. They're going to be grabbing guys off waivers, I feel like.
Yeah, they will. I'm surprised they weren't the ones to trade for that 7th round pick for that for anybody. All right, so Patriots.
I don't see any surprises.
Nope, but Jermaine or Baker was not cut.
Yeah.
That kind of surprises me. I expected Baker to get cut. Tight ends, no surprise there.
I mean, I will say their offensive linemen, those are some former moderate draft picks like Sidney So and Layden Robinson and Cole Strange. Yeah. These were guys taken earlier rounds of recent drafts.
Jack Conley too, right? I think.
I'm trying to remember.
No. Oh, Alec Lidstrom. Like, wasn't he on the Rams Super Bowl winning team, or was that a different Lidstrom? That was a different Lidstrom.
I think so. His brother Chris Lindstrom was on the Falcons.
Okay, that's what it was. I thought it was the Rams for some reason. All right, Jets, Malachi.
Corley is definitely interesting. That's about it, I think.
Yeah.
That I can.
Ravens, that don't seem right.
I mean, there's still obviously more that to come through.
Well, yeah. Then nothing really here. Desmond Ritter's the only.
There's clearly got to be more cuts there, but
yeah, and I thought we would get the cuts a little earlier. I haven't found a good website. I looked for a while. I couldn't find, like in my other. If anybody knows of a really good site that's been tracking them better, like all the Browns look like they're in. Deontay, like
I think the interesting thing with the Browns also is I don't know what to make on it because we got the rumor that they were going to trade, looking to trade for a running back. Then they cut Pierre Strong, who actually looked kind of good. So maybe this means Judkins is going to sign soon. I don't know.
Yeah, that is wild. Like Pierre Strong honestly looked good, like very good. No surprise, Bobby Woods.
Yeah.
Obviously,
it looks bad. Right
like the only one they've listed, like makes me feel really good about my 14% last round last year in the big board. So Arthur Millette, interesting.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously those teams are going to be cutting more.
James Prochet. That, like, I get it. Like, he was the reason I thought Restrepo probably wasn't going to make the team because I'm like, if they're going to take that kind of player, it's going to be him.
Yeah.
And Trent and Sheffield.
Yeah, Sheffield was getting some luck. So,
yeah.
Like you said, they could pick up a guy. They did cut 3 running backs. I didn't know if they'd maybe keep like Jefferson with the injury. So it sounds like both Chestnut and Mullins definitely made it, would be my guess. So Josh Wiley is interesting. He played a decent amount last year.
He was cut twice.
Yeah, they really don't like
him. They signed him so they could cut him. I think that's what happened. I don't know what he said about somebody's mom, but he said something really bad. We got the Broncos here. Nothing yet.
Ways to go.
Nothing. Bailey Zappi, R.I.P. Callaway, Philip Dorsett still in the league. I didn't even realize that.
Not for much longer.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he was on the team, but yeah, I didn't think he was making it.
And Brendan Rice.
Yeah.
So, I think Owen's kid and Jerry Rice's kid both got cut today.
Yeah.
We got the Deuce Vaughn cut is interesting. Like that's really good for Jaden Blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's huge for Jalen Blue. Lyle Collins, former
Fairweather did get cut. I thought he might make the team.
Yeah. Yeah, Lyle Collins, former, like, remember that draft day story?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he got accused of something. Yep. I don't want to say it wrong, but something really bad pre-draft. And, like, he literally told teams, don't draft me. He said, do not draft me because I will not sign if I'm drafted, basically. Because, like, he was supposed to go in the first round. Or at least early second, and that news was like I think it was like whenever it went to day 3, he basically said, "I don't want to be drafted. Don't draft me. This will clear up, and then I can." And then he signed for a bigger deal.
Yeah, no, they cut a lot of guys like Nick Brodeker, who they cut again twice. Sadiq Charles, Jerron Christensen, even a DJ, like these guys have gotten a lot of snaps, so there's a lot of experience that they cut. So I'm interested to see that, like how they feel about their depth. I mean, none of those were projected starters, but
right.
That's a lot of guys who have a lot of experience.
Jalen Brooks had hype last year.
Mm-hmm.
Dante Miller.
They did cut Dante Miller. I mean, if I'm a team needing a running back, I would take a long look at him.
Yeah, he looked fun. We all knew Tommy DeVito. We got Zach Pascal. Yeah, so apparently they're not going to cut, or at least at this point, they hadn't cut Hyatt.
Yeah. Yeah, I before we gone on, I saw they cut Humphrey and
Yeah, I missed that.
So I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Hyatt's going to make the team at that point.
Kyle McCord and DTR was already.
And they trade for Sam Howell.
Yeah. Aeneas Smith is interesting because that was a 4th round pick or 5th round pick last year.
I think 5th round pick, if I remember right.
I think that's right. I'm sure people will be looking at the offensive lineman the Eagles cut because it's probably like, and then the Commanders, Tay Martin, KJ Osborne.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe Ja'Cory Brooks, which is interesting. Undrafted guy, Louisville last year, former Alabama starter as well. Developmental guy for sure, but they still have some more cuts. So,
yeah, I thought that it would be out a little quicker than this. Shy Tuttle signed a 1-year deal with the Titans. So we have a lot more to go. I was going to ask you if you wanted to do a draft.
It'd be good for a draft.
Then I can multi-table my home league thing, I guess. I'm going to barely pay attention to it. I don't know what I want to do. I really like this whole first quarter contest.
I'm good with that.
Actually, let's see if we can fill a sprint. You up for a sprint?
Oh, always love sprints.
I've only done 8 of them.
Like it is, even with the promo, it's like 50%.
I want to do more of these than BBMs. Like, I kind of want to. Like, I like it better. We're in a sprint. If anybody wants, we'll sit here for a few minutes and see if we can get people in. We have 19 viewers, so maybe a couple. These do take a while to fill.
Yeah. So what is, can you go to the information for the sprint real quick? I just want to see what the ownership or the fill rate was.
49.
Wow.
So it's going to be 65. Like, I actually moved some money around so I could do more. Like, I'm not going to chase the drafters overlay, but I will chase, I think, the sprint overlay a little bit. I think because BBM's only 84% filled, I think we're going to get decent overlay here.
Agreed. I think the fallout for the BBM being slower, I still think it fills, but I think sprint and marathon.
Yeah.
So Meg and I talked about this the other day. She did 1 or 2 sprints last year. I didn't do any. I did like 45 marathons. She did 6, and that was the one where she finished like 138 and made 700. But the marathon last year was twice the size. It was 150K potential entries, and it filled like 137, something like that. Like, it didn't fill, but it had over 135,000 entries, and it was the exact same price. Where the sprint changed the pricing around. So I'm shocked that that's not filled or, like projected to fill, considering it had well above that last year. And it's the same with the sprint. Like, they're not filling as well. And I think they're really good values.
Why?
What's wrong?
Just my browser being stupid. My Mozilla, for some reason now, whenever I bring up any web page, I'm getting a pop-up whenever I try to click to just go to the Google search bar. It's like not working. I've never once had a problem with Mozilla till now. And like, it's bringing up do you want to check your passwords thing every time I click on anything in any page.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really weird. All I was trying to do is go to the Substack to download the rankings. Which, by the way, if you want these rankings, you can go to the link below to Fanspeak Network, and
Appreciate that.
they have all of the like every format they have a CSV for. And we will go to rankings. Sprint. Was this you or Meg that done?
Meg handles
I thought.
the Sprint. Yeah.
Whoops. I downloaded the blank slate instead of uploading. There we go. All right, we're good. We need one more for Sprint. I will go to. If you want to type it in the Pound Discord, that would be great. I assume it'll fill here really soon, but
Let me put it on Twitter real quick.
hey, yeah, no problem. And apparently they just moved the draft till next week. Oh wait, they have 2 leagues for that, and it's literally the same name. So
we filled. Okay. I was just about to tweet it out.
nice. All right, we got the 108. What do you feel about the 108?
I feel I would love for Christian McCaffrey to fall to it.
Yeah.
Tough with FK and Aaron in this.
We got Coolers. We got Aaron. We have Charles. We have us at the 8. Fantasy Dog at the 10. I think maybe Dave, but
I see him I see him and Big Squeeze. Do you know who Big Squeeze is?
I don't know, but I've seen him. I've seen him around.
I'm in so many drafts with him. So
yeah. So I did a pointer earlier, and it was like a lot of people. It's like, oh wow, Putt Daddy was in it at the 12 hole, and I don't know if I love my team or hate my team because it was a Bijan at 2, Jonathan Taylor, Lamar Jackson, and I ended up getting some like players I don't hate, but players that like I generally don't get to. Like it was like Jamison Williams, and then I can't remember Jose, and then Jerry Jeudy. And I was hoping Addison, because normally you can push Addison around the corner, but the 1-hole drafter took Addison, so like I had to bring somebody up basically. So we can get Nico, Malik, Amon. What do you want?
I'm probably Nico.
I like Nico more myself too. So
like I like Malik a lot, but to me, Nico is
Malik in the first quarter contest feels really good getting Washington round 1.
Yeah.
And the who is it? The Jaguars feel awesome because they get Carolina then Cincy.
Oh God, I love that.
I
like the Jags all the time.
Yeah. Another Henry London start. First ever spent. It's BBM with a total points finals. So like it's a 2 of 12, and then there's a 9,000 person finals. It's like 9,900.
9,300, I believe.
9,300 people. And then it's total points from weeks 15 to 17. So every week of the playoffs, like if you were number 3 in your pod, like you don't get knocked out, you could still win the whole thing. It is very top heavy in the payouts, but you can look up all that right here. It's 150,000
Yeah.
first. So,
Just to make clear, number 3, like once a playoff week hits, you had to finish top 2 in the regular season.
I'm pretty easily BTJ here.
Yeah.
You are as well.
No, I think there's a drop off after BTJ.
I agree. I've got 14.5% BTJ, and like, and if I was to rank it for a single league, I think I have BTJ over Amon and Neighbors, but nobody drafts it that way at all. So like, I just moved him just above Amon, and I still got like almost 15%. Like I think that his breakout, like, if you ask me which players have the chance to be wide receiver 1 overall this year, I think he's like top 3 in that list. Like, he also has a better chance to probably be wide receiver 15 to 20 of those guys than any of the other ones as well.
No, I mean, my take on it, and I don't have as much BTJ, but I'm only at like 8.5%, 9%, mainly because
still fine.
Yeah, I like all those guys in the area. You know, it's tough to make a bad case for any of them. And he also rarely falls back even to 17. Like, typically he's top 15, you know. And so just to finish up for Aaron, so it's like, you know, a good way to look at it is if you, and it doesn't matter which week, like you could have had like the absolute nuts a single week last year in the playoffs, say week 15. I was in a BBM and somebody had 199 points. And so I had no chance of advancing, of course. But it was a good team. Like I don't know where I would have finished in this contest last year, but I would have probably been, you know, a couple levels above min cash. But I just had no chance. I'm going against 199 points week 1. I'm just totally dead. I'm out of it. So it's like if you have that 170 point game and you just still lose by 29 points, you're still very much alive for a good prize in this kind of contest.
So I've been loading up on week 1 pick'ems. Every time Underdog gives me a promotional bet, I'm just loading up a week 1 pick'em with it. like because I don't care about the other sports, and it's letting me do it. So, all right. So Harrison, Worthy, I'm pretty out on Harrison, but like he is fine for this contest.
I'd go Worthy.
Worthy?
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. Overall, like Kittle is also very interesting, but that's not a great schedule, honestly.
When I've talked about on some recent shows, I did some research on the sprint format specifically, and
the tight ends don't matter.
But only of weeks 15, 16, 17, only 4 quarterbacks had 20 or more points every single week. 1 running back, 1 receiver. Of course, no tight end even got there. Only 1 tight end had more than 10 points every single week, and that was Sam Laporta. So the 2 tight ends, Laporta and McBride, combined for 40-plus points. You know, the number of running backs and receivers that got 40-plus points is just so much higher. And particularly in these areas.
I'm interested in him here.
Yeah, that's a nice little fall.
Or do you want to change Cook?
I'd probably lean Cook. I think we need some running back help.
I think so too.
Because the other thing is you kind of need guys who can just have some massive weeks, and we know that's James Cook as well. Not that Marvin Harrison couldn't, but it's also he's going to have massive weeks above Nico, Brian Thomas, and Xavier Worthy. Sure, he could be the flex, but you know what I mean. It's just I think Cook could, you know, have weeks and have a run of being like, you know, RB, top 5 RB.
Right. Yeah, but I do think that as well. Like, you need bonus. There we go. I hate notifications. Like I cannot stand like this little side note. I can't stand notifications at all on anything. Like first thing
Yeah,
I do is go turn them off.
me
Uh,
too.
and sleeper, like I didn't have them turned off. And every pick, it doesn't be when it's your pick. It's anytime anyone makes a pick.
I hate that.
And I'm like, oh, I had to go find that. I had to go focus on that. Uh, but yeah, I think a balanced build makes a lot of sense in
Mm.
this. Like, and or at least an anchor. Like, and I'm fine with James Cook as an anchor. Like, but he can absolutely spike like crazy.
Yeah, and the balance build, like I said, like there's no. It's tough to have running backs or receivers who are going to hit every week. And like for instance, like Malik Neighbors in this, awesome. He's the guy you want week 17. And I think week 16 he had like 19 points, so very usable week. But week 15, I think it was, he had like 13. I mean, there were 40 some receivers who had more points than that. So, or might have those weeks mixed up, but it's just you want guys who can probably hit your lineup 2 to 3 weeks. That's what we're kind of looking for, I feel like.
I am huge on James Conner right now. Like, you get a Cincinnati week, you get an Atlanta week.
Yeah.
Rome is fine too. I think I lean Conner.
Yeah, let's go Connor here.
Also, like the other good thing about James Cook, that week 7 bye makes it so much easier to build out your team.
Yeah. Yeah. Only him and Henry on that bye. So no, I think balance builds, they help you advance because this is one, whether you're doing 10 of these, 50 of these, 100 of these, 150, whatever, you want to get as many tickets into this 9,300 person final, because really just anything can happen. And sure, if you end up limping in with a bunch of injuries and just have really bad weeks, you're only going to make your money back. But
how far down do you have like Rasheed in this? Like I know you're kind of out on him anyway, but like
so something like Marathon, I have him real far down. Something like this, I'd be more willing, but I do think you have to do the right kind of build where you're, ensuring that you're covering them, because I think my guess is his suspension will be 6 games and it'll probably be like weeks, maybe starting week 6, something like that.
What do you want?
Boy, I like all those.
Yeah, I like all these a lot.
Let's go Rome.
Okay.
I love that whole group.
Yeah. Golden's still stuck down here too.
So Pacheco did go, because that was one I was considering taking.
Oh, I would have mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, I figured when you didn't add him to the queue, but then I looked and saw that he'd just gone.
Yeah. All right. So I got the 10 spot in this home draft. It's a super flex. I just went CD Malik. So
that feels good.
Yeah, we're good. It's a 10-man league. So teams are going to be stacked.
Yeah.
Right. Like I think you can, like a super flex with 10-man, I think you can push quarterback a little bit too.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So yeah.
Everyone should still be able to get 3 quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Like, part of it is in a 12, you want to have 3 quarterbacks, just for depth. And of course, best ball is just a different thing because
yes, absolutely.
Now I'm not forced to make the starting decision and all that. But
have you done your any of the Rottweilers super flexes yet? Because I was waiting to see all the rosters.
I've not done any. I have one more regular Rottweiler, and then I've not done the super flex. I've not done any of the pointer.
I think I'm gonna pass on. Like I think I want to do like 15 sprints or something by the end. So like, and I'm kind of on a budget, so I don't care that much about the BBM stuff. I think this contest to me makes more sense.
Yeah.
And I think that drafting this late with the information edge is actually kind of big as well.
Totally agree. I mean, yes, we have to pay a higher price for, these certain players, but it's like, look at some of the guys who were drafted. We'll talk about in a second.
I like Hawkinson here a lot, or we could just bring up Mahomes. I don't.
When's our next pick? I think we could probably get Mahomes around the turn.
Okay.
Right? I know Pacheco's the ranking.
Do you like Hawkinson?
Let's do Hawk. Yeah.
Josh Downs, hopeful for week 1. I hear.
Yeah, that.
I got him in first quarter today, like right before that news dropped. I got him at 110.
Oh, nice.
I felt pretty good about that. I was like, even if he misses a single week, I feel really good about that. Yeah, so I was looking to see where Rashee was, and Rashee Rice was not on this side of the board.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the Pacheco drafter could rank in here, but
yeah,
typically you can push
Rankin.
But no, like this contest, Marathon's another one. Like drafting late, having the information, whether it's injuries, the suspensions, or surprise cuts. I mean, there's some guys who, I mean, I took some MVS and in other things, and so yeah, I mean, that's one who maybe still gets saved with.
I think we'll be fine with MVS.
Yeah,
even if it's later in the season when he gets signed.
Exactly, and that's 18th round this and 20th round big board stuff. I mean, some of these guys like obviously take a much bigger hit, like the Judkins or something like that.
Frank Gore Jr. waived.
Yeah,
I kind of expected that, and like, yeah, I think it's instantly Mahomes here, right?
Yeah.
All right, so for anybody listening on audio, we have a 1-2-4-1. This is a sprint contest. We got Patrick Mahomes, quarterback, RBs, James Cook, James Conner, wide receivers, Nico Collins, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Rome Odunze, and tight end TJ Hawkinson. Yeah, we're very balanced right now. And it feels good. Like, not only that, we have like good options to stack late, and Caleb Williams has been falling randomly. Like, I got him, like, I know his first quarter contest, but I got Caleb Williams unstacked at 137.
Jeez.
I'm like, fine.
Yeah.
And then I just took Zacchaeus. I'm like, I just pulled Zacchaeus up. I'm like, I guess I just take Zacchaeus. I guess we're gonna do that.
Yeah, no, I really like Hawkinson. You look at what he did last year when he got back. He had the targets, he had the catches and yards. He just didn't have touchdowns. That's going to come.
I've liked him as much as Laporta the entire
exactly.
offseason.
Yeah,
and like I just don't understand why Laporta goes an entire round ahead or even half a round ahead. I think they should be back to back.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it actually, especially now that the schedule's out and they play the Lions, like, if you get the choice of a bring back or the team stack, basically, right? Like, yeah. I guess it's kind of like, I guess the team stack generally makes more sense, but I don't know. Like, I think it's pretty close. So this part of the draft, I really don't like. I mean, there is this guy.
Could do it. I mean, we need a third back.
Let's click this. Like, I'm not in on that, but I'm in on Scattaboo. Are you?
Yeah, and
like, what about Mooney?
I don't mind Mooney, but I wouldn't be surprised if he falls back to us.
I really like Mooney this year.
Yeah.
And if we can get him to come back, like, if we can get both of those players, especially, like, we're good enough to survive, I think, at wide receiver. So, like, if he misses 3 weeks, like, we want him for the week 17 or the playoff run, right?
And it's one of those things, like, we went heavy early. So what we need mainly are like spike week type receivers.
Yeah.
So, Mooney has that profile.
I guess I need to look at the settings of this league.
Interesting. Judkins going that high.
Yeah, I haven't seen any information.
Yeah, neither have I. But I have not, last 3+ hours, not really been on Twitter.
Yeah. I've been just updating Underdog's NFL page about
Where are
every
you
10 minutes.
at Pittman? Because I saw your ownership was kind of low.
Uh, I'm a he doesn't matter the kind of level. um, all right, so what do we want to do here? We could take Bateman, we could take Loveland, and try to push Caleb.
I'd lean Bateman
Okay, yeah, I'm good with that.
just because this next area of receivers, maybe like a Keenan Allen would come back to us, maybe a Mims, but
So,
probably not.
so my bet on I've been on Downs a little more than Pittman the whole time, and I've been on the boat that both of them can't be a good pick,
Hmm.
and that Tyler Warren is going to make one of them irrelevant. Because I feel like the same stuff that Tyler Warren, who they just spent a lot of capital on, the things that he does are kind of the same things that those two do. And not that they can't go, like Pittman could probably go outside and be okay. But Adonai Mitchell and Pierce are both okay outside as well. So, like,
Yeah,
of the four options, somebody has to be wrong. Um, I'm just kind of making a big bet that it's him. Uh, so,
gotcha. I mean, early on, I was not on Pittman, but then he got healthy. Downs wasn't healthy, so I've been taking him more recently.
dude, this team, I went ahead and ignored quarterback again because I could have got Justin Herbert back, but three other people haven't taken a quarterback yet. So I'm going to be able to get some starters. And you start it's full PPR. You get a regular flex and only two wide receivers. But I
Mm-hmm.
have CD Lamb, Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Bucky Irving.
Oh wow.
So, like, it's a 10-man. But so,
Yeah,
like, I'm just going to go, like, you can play the waiver wire quarterback and stuff, right? So
for sure.
I'm just playing. I'm playing for fun.
Yeah,
I'm playing.
and that's the other thing about the difference between drafting Superflex in managed versus best ball, since there's
Yeah,
waiver wire, like
right.
waiver
Yep.
wire Superflex quarterbacks are once there's an injury, you should be snapping those guys up 100%. Like Mac Jones, once Trevor Lawrence got injured, it's like snap up Mac Jones.
So Travis Hunter is on the inside of us, I believe. I don't see him anywhere. Yeah, he's right there.
Okay.
So do we want to take Ramondre and push?
I say we take Lawrence. I
Okay,
think there's other running backs that I feel just
I
as
agree.
good.
I fully agree with that. I wondered, like, I don't have, like, I have more Ramondre than I expected. And by the way, I don't have you updated your BBO lately? Because my BBO exposures, whenever I put my new file in, like, I emailed it and I put it in, it is way off. Like, my exposures were way off
Hmm.
on the BBO client from the Underdog website. Like, because my Scataboo on the Underdog website showed 25%. Maybe it
So when you're saying like the like the actual BBO website or the actual
yeah, the
tool,
actual website.
I've not done
Uh
the actual website in a little
let
bit.
me let me look again real quick. Uh
The tough thing for me is mine are always going to be a little off because I'm finishing 10 plus slow drafts a day. So it's
yeah.
like, you know,
Well, so mine, yeah, a broken back that he didn't go get medically fixed and just let heal by himself. That is another thing. Like, I am not a believer that thing might have healed correctly or might not have, because it's like, hey, he's gonna get surgery, and then it's like, nah, they decided not to. What? Like, it's a back. Like, I am not a believer in that. All
I
right,
would
so
lean Eckler, but if you want to go tank, I get that also.
you don't want a chief?
I
I, uh,
mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Hollywood comes back. I'd take him then.
yeah,
Speaking of Chiefs, Noah Gray just went. That's an interesting thing.
yeah, he's seen that I'm a Chiefs fan, and
I saw that. I was like, whoa, no.
Bo Nix at 87.
I mean, that's not too far off, especially on the Sutton team. I mean, it's off. Don't get me wrong.
Joe Mixon and Godwin, like he is playing for the playoffs.
So's ranking like Brian Robinson Jr.
Slayton.
Yeah, there's some interesting, but so this is one of these things. And if this person's in chat, not mocking, but if this is somebody like trying to throw the draft, that's not going to get it thrown out.
Right.
Like taking Slayton 4 rounds higher, like Slayton's a starter. Like Noah Gray is the most egregious of these, but
if it was like Cephas, you know, like in the third, that would do it.
Yeah, if it was little Jordan Humphrey, that's one thing.
It's all there you go. I've been ignoring that completely. I might unblock DraftKings by next week. I'll have to remember I blocked them. Not that they say anything I really care about, really.
Yeah.
I go to their app and I look at their promos there, right? So there is a player I wouldn't mind pulling all the way up here. We'll see if you agree. There's like 2 or 3 players I don't mind like disrespecting ADP. And in this contest, yes, a lot of it's like a bunch of it's been filled, but it's going to probably go up 25% from here. So a big portion of the contest are going to have these players if we pull them up.
Yeah.
So like the big pull up, it's fine. It's still lower owned, but it's not going to be unique either.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's an obvious pick if he makes it.
And he did.
Like, do you want it?
I'm good with that.
Yeah. What does this guy do? What do we think he does now?
I mean, that's a fine pick. Like,
yeah, there you go.
Right at ADP.
Right at the ADP. He left the computer. He left the PC.
Yeah.
All right. So I was queuing up people for my other draft. Sorry.
So
we have. I like this team a lot.
I like it
a lot.
We could definitely stop at 2 tight ends if need be.
I don't think we need him.
Do you want to
go on a what?
Do you want Rashard White and just be done at running back?
We could do that. I mean, I think we're going to be a 2 tight end team, right?
Yeah.
So like we could still go 6.
We could
and take it. Like I think this team having the extra RB shot would actually make sense because we have anchors here, right? Hopefully.
I honestly feel like we have the same with running. Like we have 2 great running backs, you know, and to me and
like we could probably be done there. I know you probably don't want to be, and I'm fine with taking another, but like we'll have to like do a couple like a.
So the only thing I'd say about the third quarterback is again, the advancing matters so much. So if it's just to help push you towards advancement, even if it's a guy like honestly, even if it's like a Joe Flacco or a Russell Wilson or a Daniel Jones, and let's say Daniel Jones isn't there at the end of the year, but if they're helping you advance, that's huge. That's everything.
Yeah.
But like now I love our running back. Like early it was like, okay, Scattaboo is our third back. But then when you get Eckler and White as your 4-5, like
I love adding a second rookie to like I've made a team almost exactly like this with 2 RBs up here, Scattaboo and either one of Eckler and White and like a Dowdle or somebody like that as well. And I love all of those. The player I was saying I wanted to possibly pull up here was actually Ollie Gordon.
Okay.
If he like the player that I'd be willing to pull up, it is Ollie Gordon. So nice pull up. I think by Charles there.
No, I agree. And like you said, like, yes. So you're right in the sense, like that's a perfect example. Like, yes, about 25-30% more of this will draft him around that ADP or, you know, at a higher ADP, but he's still going to be, you know, for the first 20-25% of this draft, he probably was drafted 1% of the time, you know,
Yeah.
And then for the next like 20, like 10% of the time. So it's still going to be fairly unique.
I mean, do we just have to go ahead and pull up one of the quarterbacks here to make sure we get a third then, if you want to get a third?
Probably. And I don't think there's anything
Yeah, I don't.
with that.
I think I
other
like
than Jones.
Rodgers. You'd
Oh,
read.
you like Rodgers?
I think Rodgers has the better back sack option.
Okay. No, I'm good with that.
I just don't know if he's going to start all season.
Yeah,
Rodgers does.
Go Rodgers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I like Jones more. But for this contest specifically, like, I think making sure you play all year makes a little more sense.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely an edge.
I think it's Dart. Like, I think there's like zero chance Dart doesn't start at the end of the year at this point. And for our team, Dart is actually like, that's probably where I personally would have went, is Dart, because like it's just like I don't know, it just feels good to me, like, that he starts the last 3 weeks. And I feel like, yes, the advancing part matters a lot, but if it's also one of those, like, I don't know how often he's actually going to start between those two either, though.
So I don't know if Aaron was talking about for his team. If so, I'd maybe lean Flacco because he's got an early bye with McCarthy. He's, even Ward.
Yeah, with his team, I would. Yeah,
could still be starting. Where Dart, I don't think Dart's covering McCarthy's bye. I think almost 0% chance.
So Taj, what do you think? Wide receiver?
Do you want to go wide receiver here, like Coker?
You talked me into it.
Yeah.
I don't know what my exposure is on Coker in the first. Like, if Bigsby and Coker is what you need in the first quarter, I'm advancing a lot of teams. I'm just going to say that I'm 40% Bigsby. I know that plus, and Coker I'm like over 30%, like almost for sure.
No, I mean, like, I liked those running backs, particularly Flash Brooks, who Aaron just gets good. And so I was just going to say, there's other running backs there, I think, that are similar bet. So hopefully we get one back, but I just thought we need to catch up a little bit at receiver.
I mean, we're not
like from a depth standpoint, like
we do. Like
I love our top 4.
Yeah, our top 4 is really good.
And even 5, Bateman's pretty damn good. So
I think we could just keep him queued up for the last week, for the very last round.
Yeah.
I don't know where you are on like, I mean, we could go like Freiermuth as well if we needed to, but I think another RB is where we need to go. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you with these 2 RB options. Either one. I also would throw in Justice Hill if both those guys get picked.
Yeah, with a little team bet there.
Yeah.
Not Roshan. That probably needs to be changed. Maybe. I don't know. Well, what are we doing with Roshan?
Yeah.
Anything? Like,
it's the biggest unknown.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like literally, it's so unknown that I feel like Ben Johnson at his first press conference went out there with the pen from Men in Black. And he's like, Roshan Johnson. Roshan
pretty much
removed.
Pretty much. And another interesting thing, we talked about Jalen Blue earlier. The the Deuce Vaughn cut and everything, but also it's good for Miles Sanders.
I think we take the stack, right?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's good for Miles Sanders. Like, I feel a little bit better about my Miles Sanders bags that they cut every other running back. And Blue's going to start the year a little banged up.
Good eye, Steve. Glad you're on our team. I'm getting to scroll the F down wide receivers. Nice. Is Turpin going to be one of them?
You already got him.
Yeah, oh, yeah. And Savion Williams.
His guy, Nick Westbrook-Akeen.
Oh, yeah. So do you think there's any argument for anybody other than Roman Wilson here?
No, I mean, sure, like Ray McLeod's fun. Malik Washington we talked about, but let's just go with the stack.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Also,
got
another guy who won't be highly owned in this contest. So if he ends
Roman
up
Wilson, yeah,
being somebody down the stretch, that could be fun.
It'll be your sister.
Yeah.
At first. We got a 3-6-7-2. Patrick Mahomes, Trevor Lawrence, Aaron Rodgers, James Cook, James Conner, Cam Scadaboo, Eckler, Rashad White, Brashard Smith. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Nico, Brian Thomas, David Worthy, Rome Odunze, Rashad Bateman, Jalen Coker, and Roman Wilson. And then tight ends, Hawkinson, Goddard, like just plenty there.
We just need those tight ends to stay healthy. That's the only concern about them.
I'm still under the impression that like Goddard should just still be going to the 10th round. Like he was in the big board. Like he just slowly fell because of the trade rumors and he never moved back up.
I mean, I know he's been injured every year the last 3 years. He's never played like a full season, all that kind of stuff. But it's like his points per game have been good, particularly games that he's finished, those types of metrics. And
yeah,
I know the Eagles don't throw the ball a ton, but they don't. Despite having Jahan Dotson and John Mechie, I don't think those receivers are going to steal from him. I think if Goddard's healthy, which is a big if, he can easily be a top 10, top 12 tight end, maybe even a little higher. A couple of years ago, he finished like 7th in points per game, I think. So there's just a real upside there.
Yeah. Kendre Miller season, baby.
Yeah.
And that's another like low owned click that people
for sure
like aren't really getting to that much. Yeah, I really, really like this team. Let me go name it so I don't forget. Where is it? Sprint. It's only my 9th. So we got KC, Jacksonville, Pittsburgh. I know it'll be one. Like I don't even have to put the name on it because it's I don't get too much Aaron Rodgers. All right. So, yep. Let's look through Underdog real quick again and see if Browns running back depth chart, which currently stands at 2 players. There will be more than 2 running backs on this team, is all they said. And they haven't signed him yet, but they just said they only have 2 on the team at the moment. But they came out and said there will be more than 2 running backs on this team.
Yeah.
Like for what? A day before he's on the suspended? Like what? Like is he going to get suspended next year? Maybe.
It's one of those things. Typically,
he's still not practiced.
Yeah, typically with domestic violence stuff, they will put a guy on the commissioner's exempt list as they finish their investigation.
Yeah.
So, and then if there is a suspension, they've done mixed things, but let's say it takes 4 weeks to investigate, and then they decide to suspend him. I'll just say 5 weeks. They'll count those 4 weeks that he was on the exempt list, and then he'll sit out the 5th week. He'll just have to pay the money. But
yeah.
to me, even if he signs later today, like we get news in an hour that he signs, and they conclude the investigation, and there's no commissioner's exempt list, I just don't see how this guy is going to be heavily involved week 1 or 2. Like, we're a week away.
I mean, he's still like, if that happens, which is absolutely best case scenario for him, like he's a absolute smash pick at his ADP for like sprint styles. But like he still has to learn the offense and play, and like Dylan Sampson's looked fine, right? Like and we don't expect that offense to be elite. Like I think that offense is going to be better than people think. Like you and I disagree with the Browns versus the Steelers. I think that the Browns should have a better overall offense than the Steelers this year, honestly.
Well, a lot of it is also like I kind of expected Joe Flacco might only get like 6-7 games, like at the start of camp, because they were talking about Kenny Pickett and then 2 rookies, and so I was like, how long does Joe Flacco play? Like I know Aaron Rodgers is playing 17 weeks,
right.
So even if you're talking like marathon style, one, I think Rodgers is a better quarterback than Joe Flacco.
It's this.
That's I saw that they released
it's Thursday already Friday. Half full.
I know, that's wild.
What? Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, and so I think Rodgers is a better quarterback than Flacco, but fairly close. But he's a better quarterback, and then he's playing 17. But now, just with all the rookies getting injured and not playing particularly well, Pickett injured and then traded, I think Flacco actually has a chance to play all year. So my worry is if you heard that Dylan Gabriel comes in and is playing the last 6 weeks of the season, how good do you feel about this team? Not that great in my opinion.
I liked Gabriel more than most. Like I'm not saying he's worth drafting or any of that. Like in Superflex he is, but like I think he could have, like, for a Kevin Stefanski offense, I think that he could run the play action short game stuff really well. Like I think that that's something he could absolutely do. And I think that he would be good at it. I think I'm going to do another draft. I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just throw money. I think I might just do a first quarter.
Right. I think I'm going to head out. I need to catch up on a bunch of slows.
Yeah. You've been on the, like, you probably, if you haven't been doing them.
I've done a couple while we've been on, but like I'm up on like 60 slows. 70
so this is the team I have right now in this 10-man. CeeDee Lamb, Neighbors, Thomas, Bucky, Kamara, Kenneth Walker, Connor. You got Drake May down here.
Nice.
With these quarterbacks still available. Like Fields is still available.
Oh my God. This is super flex?
Yeah.
That's 10-man. A kicker goes against quarterback.
Quarterback. It's Steelers. Like it's my work team. Like it's people I work with. They don't. Some of them don't even watch football really. So yeah. But it's like I literally told them, I'm like, if you need an extra, I will join. Because like not saying that I've won by any means, right? Like anything can happen, but I feel like my team's pretty strong.
Yeah.
And like I'll probably, I mean, I guess Dak's still available. Like
that's wild to me.
Like I could just take both, and then just punt tight end. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and thank you for coming on. I had a good time.
Of course.
I plan on doing something next week at Tuesday. I haven't decided exactly what. I've also thought about kicking around the idea of doing like, and you're going to be doing this for yourself on FanSpeak somewhat, but doing like, I'm probably going to do like a breakdown, like a weekly breakdown on like Tuesday, do a breakdown, and then Wednesday might do like a what's coming up kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. No, we'll talk about it. And I look forward to doing this all year for sure. And we can definitely talk about it next Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Good luck on all your slows. Take all the Ollie Gordon. Don't like. Here's a question for you. In BBM right now, or a contest like that, what's your take on a Tyquan Thornton dart throw at the end of drafts in like a 20-round format?
So,
like, because it's obvious they want to throw the ball deep, and they've said it all off season, and keeping him is kind of a, hey, they're definitely going to do this.
So if you're talking something like drafters or say marathon for this, I think it's more interesting because his best games could be either early as Hollywood returns or when Rice is suspended, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like, I'm sure maybe other injuries occur, but odds are end of the year, their lineup is,
Rice worthy.
Rice worthy, Hollywood. You have Juju there. You have Royals.
Yeah, I think the worst case scenario for Rice is a 10-game suspension right now, and that would put him out from week 4 to literally through the first week of the fantasy playoffs. But he would be ready for the postseason. Like, I don't think they're going to do anything to not have him in the postseason. They generally have avoided that unless it's a year-long suspension.
Yeah.
And they can't do that unless they wait till next year.
My guess is it ends up being somewhere 6 to 8.
That's kind of where I'm at now. I think it's 6 to 8. I do think there's an outside chance that if he does a plea deal right now, that it's like a 5, like before the season. I think that if he could just be like, hey, like I think that's like best case scenario for both sides. Like,
I agree. I think
get it out of the way.
I think the NFL is hoping for a minimum of 6, but I think if he agreed to 6, they could agree tomorrow.
I think that's probably fair as well.
5 would maybe be something like it's after week 1 and the Chiefs are like, we need to get this done. We can't just have this hanging over.
Yeah.
And the NFL is also like, let's not go through all this. Like, it's just more drama. Every week we're getting a million questions about it. And then people are accusing us of pushing until after the Chiefs' tough schedule. So I think the NFL would then agree, but my guess.
I agree with that fully. I think that there's a world in which they would do that. And I'm not saying what's appropriate. I'm just saying, like, I think there's a world in which both sides are like, hey, we're tired of this. Let's get it done. And they just agree to a smaller number than what it could be. Depending on the backlash too. Like especially if it comes out and it does, they're basically, I think the NFL is going to try to gauge how bad the feedback's going to be based on the suspension, and that's how hard they'll push. But we'll find out in a month, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, and then after the court thing, both sides can appeal it. So, we may not know until week 10.
Well, and that's one of the things where even if it is 6, but let's say the judge says 6, the NFL appeals because they want it to be 8, and then we don't find out. I think it'll only take a couple weeks, but then even 6 could get into the fantasy playoffs.
Yeah.
If there's an appeal process.
Yeah, it's a wild situation for sure. It's just absolutely wild all the way around. But thank you for coming on. I will see you next week, if not in one of your chats later this week or in mine tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Peace. Catch you later. Bye, guys.
Yep. Anybody who wants, go down below, check out his information. I'm sure most of you are already signed up, but Fanspeak, awesome. Use those ranks that we just did. I think we had an awesome draft. Now we're going to do a first quarter 2. We're going to enter in 10 seconds. He could have multiple. Yeah, like I'm not. I'm done talking about like what it could have been, what should have been, how bad is it, like all the like. I just want to know the answer. Like, what's the answer to the question? How bad it is? It was bad, right? Like we all know that. We all agree that. Uh, the legality part of it doesn't care about what could have been. Uh, like the NFL might, but the legal process probably won't. So, but we're about to find out. Uh, it's just one of those things. Like there's a chance that it ends up being that they. I just think that if they agree to something before the season starts, that the number will be less than the NFL's pushing for if it goes to arbitration. That's all I'm trying to say. Uh, and I think that makes it. That's how pleas work, right? Like that's why Rice only got from the government. Like I think we can agree that the like the government in Texas should have handled this differently. Like it to me, it's not an NFL decision. Like it was the government of Texas decision. Uh, so that's my 2 cents. Is if somebody's at fault, no matter what happens with the case to the NFL, that the court systems should have got this done differently. Because 5 years probation and 30 days in jail does not feel right. Yeah, they're like whenever it comes to how long this is spent, none of that should like to me that part doesn't even matter. Like the legal part of it should have mattered more. Uh, and like it's all an argument to it for an argument. So, um, but we're doing some first quarter, so it is time to use the best ball overlay to its ability. We're going to come here. We're going to check in the week 1 through 4. We are still cooking this draft, this super flex draft over here. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I could have an opinion, but my opinion literally does not matter. Like it doesn't. Nobody cares. No, nobody that has any power in the situation cares what I think. So there's no reason for me to worry about it. I just need to wait for the answer. Um, so we got Coolers here at the 11. We got Aaron Sandy at the 9. Swirls. We got the 10. Fantasy Dog cares. I forgot. Fantasy Dog does care. um, I I did not see the I in Train Daddy's name, uh, and I had to do a double take. Sorry, Train Daddy. Um, we, that's what happens when you just like take a look over. Train Daddy, without the I, it's a completely different name. Like if you want, I'll just show you my exposures real quick for this. I'm basically fully going into week 1. Here's my exposures right now for this contest. Drake London has an awesome schedule. Rashee Rice, I'm basically balancing out all of my Rashee Rice exposure and everything else because if they come to a plea deal and I'm cooked here, that's awesome for every other bag. And if they don't come to an agreement, like then he's going to cook in this contest. So I want him here. I basically take a bunch of starters late, like Slayton and those guys. My running backs, I tend to go a lot of running back early. A ton of Pacheco, James Cook, Chris Rodriguez, I think is a value. Um, Yeah, 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 right. That is hilarious. Yeah, the old train daddy without the eye is a different conversation completely. I do take a lot of Derrick Henry in this, although just for the secured points, like because if you get through the 2 of 12, and like Buffalo did not have a good run defense last year, so you get that they are supposed to be improved, but then you get a 2 of 5 into a 1 of 5 to get to the finals, like with a bunch of projected points. Like I love it. Malik Neighbor's schedule, he gets Dallas week 1, uh, or he gets Dallas week 4, I think, and let's just type it in real quick. Uh, yeah, Dallas week 2 and Washington week 1. So I'm basically using it as like what I think the best DFS plays are week 1. And Drake London is Tampa Bay, a hard week in Minnesota, but that's a 2 of 5 week. And then Carolina and Washington. Like I love Drake London. You get the Bucks defense, Carolina and Washington in the hard weeks. Like that to me feels like stealing. Like I think Drake London and Bijan are the best 2 picks in this contest. And Jamar Chase, I'm going to fully fade in this as well because he gets Cleveland. T. Higgins falls all the way back to the 3-4 turn every once in a while. He, like Cleveland, Minnesota, and Denver. Like Cleveland's not like a nothing, like not a great defense, but Minnesota and Denver are elite defenses. Uh, so I'm kind of fading the Bengals in this contest. Like I probably have Barkley and CMC over Chase as well. But I've done 25 of these and not gotten the 101 once. So I've only gotten the 102 twice. So I haven't had that opportunity, I don't think. The Rams' first 4 weeks, week 1, they have the Texans, which doesn't feel great. Uh, Tennessee, Philadelphia. So 3 reasonable defenses. Like Philadelphia is an awesome defense, and I'm actually kind of fading the Rams as well. Like I'll take Puka here and there, but like Houston and like Tennessee's not a bad defense. Uh, but week 3, which is the second hardest advance because it's a 1 of 5, they get Philadelphia that week. That doesn't feel great either. So we are in this super flex draft still like yeah, we're cooking over here. We're absolutely cooking. I think we're just gonna take him. And sorry guys, I'm doing this right now. So oh, Steph Diggs, yeah, that's the answer. Steph Diggs on the Drake May team. How about the Raiders? The Raiders are a reasonably tough schedule. Um, it's New England, and like you get Washington, and like Chicago is probably a reasonable defense. Washington, this is a really big game though, and the Chargers may or may not have a good defense, right? Like it's not a really hard schedule, but it's not a good schedule either. Brock Bowers generally falls to the 2-3 turn or the 1 yeah, the 2-3 turn in this from what I've seen. And Jalen Hurts has a good schedule because he gets the Bucks week 4, Dallas, and Kansas City. I'm going to take Jalen Hurts here and hope to get one of these 3 picks back, is what I'm going to do. Actually, I could just take Rice as well. So I'm good with any of those picks. We will see what happens. But I think that the Jalen Hurts schedule is pretty nice. I don't really know if it I think taking 3 late quarterbacks is probably the better play. But Jalen Hurts does have a really good starting schedule. And Devonta Smith just goes at 58 in this. Like Devonta Smith just doesn't go till late. And you get that schedule right there of Dallas, KC, Rams, Tampa Bay. So I don't know which one I want here. I probably don't have this combination. I probably do have the Rice combination. Like I think that those RBs are pretty good. Also, another shout out I want to make is Ricky Pearsall. I've pulled him up into the 4th round. He gets Jacksonville and New Orleans and Arizona in week 1. He's the only wide receiver they have. He's going to be hyper targeted against Seattle. So I really like that. I like him a lot in this contest. So, and if you guys want, we will go ahead and put this back up there. The schedule chart that's in my Discord for free, like if you don't have the overlay and you want to look at the schedule chart, you can go look at my Eliminator schedule chart to map this out as well. So because like I made that before the Best Ball overlay had the ability to cycle through the weeks you want. And I hope that this contest continues. Like I really hope that we get what is it? A first quarter contest. Like I hope we get a second quarter and a third quarter contest as well. That's where I'm at. I hope that happens. Not sure if it will, but I really hope it does. That is because on those you'll have to like take buys into account and things will get kind of wild. So yeah. It does feel like that's their plan for sure. They could just do a 4-week contest every week, and I think people would love it. I think if they did a 50 max $5 entry every 4-week contest, and they release 1 week 2, week 3, week 4, all the way through, I bet it would fill every week. Like a little bit of best ball every single week. I think people would just absolutely love it. So I think they'll probably do more not doing it that way. And after the first quarter, whenever the second quarter would come up, that's when Best Ball Resurrection will be rampant. So maybe they won't, but I see them doing both. Like they know we're all addicts. So all you got to do is put the drug out there and the addicts will come, right? So see, this is why I like Jalen Hurts. Like Aaron Sandy may take Devonta Smith, but Devonta Smith is still there. Both times I've taken Jalen Hurts, I've got Devonta Smith back. And it's hard to take. I'm okay taking Devonta Smith over George Pickens. A lot of people will refuse to do that. So, but with that, so we're going to go ahead and do that. So our team right now, we got a 1-2-2. We got Jalen Hurts. We got Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara. And we have Drake London and Devonta Smith with a little stack there. I would love to get one of these players. Doing that, I about went ahead and took Pacheco. It's called weekly winners, buddy. Yeah, so the problem with that is I figured they wouldn't come back. I probably could have got Devonta Smith back. But I feel pretty good with Henry and Kamara. I'm perfectly fine just taking the bring back on week 1 here if Coolers doesn't take them. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We'll take the bring back on week 1 with Dallas. Like the hardest week to get out of is going to be week 1. So it's a 16%, 16.7% this week. That's a 40%, that's 25%. And then you got a finals week. And yeah, I like another thing. Hertz plays Tampa week 7 or week 4. Like that feels like a really good, like high ceiling chance, right? Like that feels like a game that the Eagles could put up 45 points. Now, granted, it may be Barkley, but it could be Barkley getting down to the 4 or 5 and Jalen Hurts just running it in. That could also happen. Like we've seen that before with DeAndre Swift, right? Like we haven't seen it necessarily with the new team, but wow, these sleeper ADPs are wild, like absolutely wild. And yeah, we'll do that. Sorry if I'm not paying full attention over here. We are gonna do that. Yeah, that's what we'll take. We went ahead and queued up our next 2 picks. We're slapping it up. We're pulling up baseball tooting up 3 rounds. We don't care. We do not care. Maybe not, actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change that. So yeah, that's what we'll do. All right. What do you guys think? Do you think that this strategy, like I think Jalen Hurts is a really big pick. Jaden Daniels gets I forget who they get. They get a really good week. They get a really good matchup as well. They get Atlanta in the last week. So, and that's something I've been wanting to do is take Bijan here and then just taking Jaden Daniels there. Like the next time I get a Bijan team, I'm just going to go Bijan with Jaden Daniels for the bring back on the week 17 game or the week 4 game. So that's what we're going to do the next time we get up there. But we can't seem to get a pick over there. So there is that. Yeah, so as you guys see, RBs are massively pushed up. Dobbins goes at 70. He was named the starter. So there is that. I would absolutely have taken I think we just go ahead and take Jordan Mason here. I'm fine with that. Like I play this a little thinner to where I get a starting roster kind of as well. I do think I don't know where he went, but TJ Hawkinson is an absolute smash. And in this contest specifically, he absolutely should go before Sam Laporta. He's going to be wide or target number 2 in the first 3 weeks while Addison's suspended, right? So I would recommend if you're going to do these, put TJ Hawkinson way up your board. Like I'm saying, basically kind of where Zay Flowers went there. Zay Flowers at 73 to the Lamar drafter has to feel good. DeAndre Swift at 48 feels a little wild to me, but like he got he got a team you could get before, but Tyler Warren 3 rounds in advance, and DeAndre Swift same thing. We are on the clock. We're going to take Chris Olave. I didn't. I was too busy scouting. I didn't look, but we'll take. We didn't want Mahomes, is what we didn't want. So that's a pretty good pick. The player I will have 0 shares of in this contest is Bill. If you want Bill, you can have Bill. I don't believe he's good. Like, I'm a Chris Rodriguez in this contest. They've already said they will, I believe. I do think that is the goal for them. I don't. There's a couple teams that I think could sign him. I don't know where we're going to get that though, or where he's going to end up going. My dream scenario is Chicago. I think other teams, like as a backup, the Packers could take him as a backup. I'm curious. I'm still waiting to see what happens with ETN Bigsby. I still think one of them gets traded. Not sure when that's going to happen. Is ETN and Bigsby. Whenever one of those get traded, I think that'll happen, and then dominoes will fall for the signings of the people before they go back to practice squads, or the waiver stuff. So I do think that trade happens by tomorrow, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, apparently and also with Jacoby Myers, apparently they've said they'll be willing to trade him, but only if the price is right. And apparently the teams that have called about it all want the Raiders to take on the contract. And they're like, I've heard that they just like, no, basically. So I don't think that happens, but we haven't seen the end of this either. I mean, I'll take Dak Prescott quarterback 2 here. But we're going to push it for sure. We want a Cleveland piece in every one of these because Cincinnati. They play Cincinnati week 1. I want to target a Cleveland piece in every game. So we're going to take David Njoku here. There's a couple guys I like here. I like Eckler. I like Braylon Allen as well. I mean, I would like to say Javonte is a good pick, but I'm just going to stay 0 on him as well. I feel pretty confident that, like, they're just not going to be ahead in games enough to really run the ball very well, especially against the Giants. Like, the Giants have a good interior defense. The Eagles have a good defense. Chicago probably going to put up some points as well. Green Bay probably as well. I don't know that they're going to be able to run the ball very much. We smash Eckler. So the team right now, this is a first quarter contest for any who is watching. It's a 1-4-4-1. We got Jalen Hurts. We have Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara, Jordan Mason, Austin Eckler. Wide receivers, London, Devonta, George Pickens, Chris Olave, and David Njoku. I'm not sure if you think I'm a genius or a fool, Coolers. Like, it's up to you. What do you think? Am I a genius or am I a fool? It kind of looks like we have similar strategies. Like, I like to go 2 RBs early, a third. Like, I generally like to get the third and to build out. Like, I'm pretty comfortable stopping at Derrick Henry, Kamara, Mason, Eckler. I'll probably add on a 5th, but if I need to stop here, I will. If, like, I've done hyper fragile a couple times where I go like Taylor, Henderson, Pacheco, and then if Pollard came back, Pollard, and then just be done. Okay. So, genius. Got it. You can just say it. I'm the best. You can say it. I won't. I won't argue. No, I. Yeah, that's kind of. It makes sense, but like, I plan on doing like, I'm filling half of these. I've done 15 of or 16 of the first one, and I'm planning on doing 25ish of this one. I think Drake London is just such a smash. Neighbors is the same thing. Like, I have a couple Neighbors London teams that actually turned out pretty good because if you're at this turn, you can get Kenneth Walker or like Kenneth Walker, Travion Kamara, and James Cook used to go down there. Like, you can get two of those coming back, or just one of those, and then Pacheco, Pollard. I've been getting Brees Hall to fall all the way back here. It feels shaky, but fine kind of thing. Um, I'm gonna buy that that he's actually gonna play. Like, Underdog putting the line out there for week one on Darnell Mooney feels like something that I want to attack. And I also want to attack week 4 Carolina, week 4 Washington, week 3 Carolina, week 1 Tampa Bay, right? How many first quarters? Enough. Between the two contests, I done 25. I just noticed things, and I'm not picking. I am not picking in the top 4, like hardly at all. Yeah, so this is my first quarter exposures that I was showing you before. So I have 16 of the first one and 9 of this one. So like, I did a Philadelphia Atlanta already with Kamara, but it has Jordan Mason and Eckler as well. So the team is a lot alike, but this one has Neighbors. This one has Jacoby Myers at 85. It got Josh Downs at 108. Tight ends are a lot different. So like, it's similar but different. This is my favorite one so far. I think Marvin Harrison, he plays New Orleans, Carolina, San Francisco, Seattle. I got him at 35. I think he's a fine pick in this contest. Oh, it wasn't this one. It was it this one? Okay, it was this one. So I picked at 3 finally. And I took Saquon, and then I took Ladd, and then I took Trey McBride, and Marvin Harrison fell all the way back at 46. So I went thin at running back. I took Demont, Bigsby, Sampson, Ollie, and Rashad White. I just pulled everybody up to get a second starter. But my team is Kyler, Drake May, Ladd, Harrison, Worthy, Diggs. And then I kind of stopped there. Both quarterbacks stacked up with their tight ends and their number one receiver. And it got Ladd, Worthy, and then just 4 starting pieces. I was on the clock as MVS got cut. So I did that. Like, I like this team quite a bit. And it's not something I would do very often because I'm not that into Arizona. But for this contest, I do kind of like Arizona a little bit. Yeah, I really like the thought process of different games. So, and this game to me, it's just BBM, but in a much more manageable state because you can like target all 4 weeks somewhat, right? Um, um, I think Hollywood Brown fits this team pretty well. Let's look at RB real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I didn't get it in. But so tight end, does dry up in this quite easily. So, and I don't have much of some of these guys. So I wouldn't mind getting one of these two. Like, I wouldn't mind getting Chig, just because I don't have much of them. This is probably a 3 tight end build, most likely. So we'll take Chig here. I will add a third. It'll probably be somebody who I've talked about before, Hunter or Tyler Higbee. Oh, sorry. I was on the wrong screen. I took Hollywood Brown. I was actually, you missed it. I was trying to switch to Rashad White at the last minute, but I didn't. I wasn't quick enough. I kind of but I think Hollywood, he's been practicing. I assume he's going to play week 1. And Drake London, Devonta Smith, George Pickens, Olave, Mooney, and Hollywood is that's enough if I wanted to stop. But I probably will add another one. And I've been doing a lot of 3, 5, 7 threes on this contest. What is the BFL, by the way? Is that? Oh, that was from a long time. I don't know why, but my there we go. My YouTube thing was showing a much different screen. So yeah, we will be done after this draft, though. I've been live for a long time. I just want to I'm going to continue to be drafting. I'm probably going to do a bunch more of these tonight. I might do my first Superflex Rottweiler later. I don't know. But I'm really liking this contest. I think there's an edge in this contest. But what's going to happen is week 1, a player that I don't like or I haven't been able to get, like Gibbs. I don't like the Gibbs. I think Gibbs for this, I'm going to end up I'm going to hard fade Gibbs for this contest. It is scary. I get it. It is very scary. But the theory is if Gibbs does take over the entire workload, I don't think it's week 1, 2, or 3. And if it's not that early, his price is still fine, but not great, right? So I'm going to full fade him in this contest because I'm just going to take CMC over him. And apparently that's going to be the norm. And I would take him at 6 there, but I'm probably going to end up full fading him because I'm going to take CMC first. But I do think that for BBM and stuff, he should be higher because if he does take over more of the workload, I do think it's going to happen later in the season. So there is that. I haven't taken Mason Taylor yet in this. I do think he's a fine click. I think Rashad White is an awesome click for this. So we're taking Rashad White. He's also bring back in week 1 versus Tampa and bring back versus Jalen Hurts in week 4. So, or against Atlanta. So he kind of ties that in quite a bit. I'll hit this and I'll get some colors on my screen. Look at this. It didn't do it. No colors. Troy Franklin is an awesome pick in this contest as well. I haven't got to him as much. I like to get a Bronco when I can because they have week 4 Cincinnati. Just like I like teams that play against Cincinnati and Carolina. If they have Cincinnati or Carolina in their schedule, I think it's a good decision. And with this team, I know I said I would be happy with 4, but I'm definitely stopping at 4 or 2 quarterbacks. I'm definitely taking another tight end. So I'm open for a running back or a wide receiver I could just go both of them. But that's I got a lot. Like I've been doing Joe Flacco, Harold Fannin in the last 2 rounds at the turn a lot. Like if it's available, I've taken it. Like no matter my quarterback situation, no matter what, because of the Week 1 Cincinnati thing, and Joe Flacco is just an additional starter, right? On this team, I probably won't, but I don't think it would be bad either. Tyler Higbee, I think, is a smash pick here. Juwan Johnson, also a really good pick. It's a team bet with the Saints as well. Spencer Rattler could be fun on some teams. I'm not taking him on this team, but I do think now that there's a starter listed there, we could be into Spencer Rattler. What running backs? There are a couple I don't hate at the end of drafts. Kendre Miller, if it's not this team. I don't hate Brashard Smith. He did get targets from Mahomes. So I'm a KC fan. I know this from experience. Every year, Kansas City runs all the players with all the different squads during preseason, except for the dress rehearsal. And it's generally at least the first quarter and usually halfway into the second where Mahomes and all the starters play. And that is always the biggest gauge to what we're going to do and who the actual starters are. And the fact that Brashard Smith was in there with Mahomes on a couple of the plays and got looks, that to me is a very bullish thing for Brashard Smith. I've not seen him getting cut. I've not seen roster updates for Kansas City. I'm going to look it up on their website and see if I can find actual depth chart. It looks like they have it down on their website, on their actual Jason Brownlee. This doesn't look correct. Yeah, that is not correct. They still have Mac Delana, Jimmy Holiday, Hal Presley, Essa Pole on their team on that site. So I'm not going to say that is what matters. I've been smashing Quentin Johnston as well. I think he's still going to be the wide receiver 3 for a while there, right? What are we doing? We'll take the team bet with Juwan Johnson. And I think we take a wide receiver here. Which one do we want? Zacchaeus kind of makes some sense. We'll take a Zacchaeus share. So the team, we got a 2-5-8-3. Jalen Hurts, Michael Penix. Running backs, Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara, Jordan Mason, Austin Eckler, and Rachaad White. Guaranteed touches, a lot of them every game. Every one of these players should see the field every week in a decent capacity. And that, I love Eckler, and Rachaad White should not be going pick 178 in this contest. He absolutely should not. He's going to have a role on a offense we expect to be good. Yes, they play 3 solid defenses in Houston, the Jets, and the Eagles. But it doesn't, he's going, 170 is a hell of a draft pick for him. Kamara is the workhorse there, Derrick Henry workhorse, and then these 3 are all contingent guys, or split backfield guys. Yes, Bucky is the bell cow, but he's a bell cow that doesn't play third downs. Rachaad White plays third downs. Drake London, Devonta Smith, George Pickens, Chris Olave, Darnell Mooney, Hollywood Brown. So we're taking the gamble that both of these players are healthy and playing week 1. And then Troy Franklin and Zacchaeus, even if they're not healthy, we still have London, Devonta, Pickens, and Olave. And Franklin's probably a pretty good pick in this. So I still feel fine. And then Njoku, Chig and Juwan Johnson. So that's the team. And that is the stream, everybody. I am done. Tomorrow I will be back at 4 p.m. Central. I will be doing a single stream, a single thing. I will be on for almost exactly an hour. And at 5 p.m. Central, I will be going on Extend the Drive on Sean Mitchell's channel. We will be doing a puppy 2 or a puppy 4. Not a puppy 2, but a puppy 4. And then after that, I don't know. I'll probably just chill the rest of the night. I don't know. But definitely going over onto his channel, helping that man out. If you are not subscribed to him, tomorrow I will drop the link in his chat at the end. Have a good day, everybody. Hope you had a good time. Peace.